podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the voice of the people. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling.
It's nothing but the best. Of course, I'm behind Errol Spence 100%. I'm behind my people first, always. So of course I want to see Errol Spence win.
BoxingVoice.com. All the guys want. I want what Mayweather got. You done bust your ass like Mayweather. I was trying to fight every fighter. I sacrificed a lot
Dollar DVLC Productions
to get to where I got to.
What do you bring to the table?
Let's get this on. Let's do it.
Well, it's like this. Wait.
All right, that's it. Hold on. Bernard, everybody calm down.
Man, you know how these bitches is in the sport. Total disrespect. Kid has no class, no style at all. I sacrificed a lot.
BoxingVoice.com.
To get to where I got to.
BoxingVoice.com. What up? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another Monday morning edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. We're here to discuss episode 2 All Access Review, Spence versus Crawford. And I quote, I'm the A-side. I'm the big dog. I don't know, man, but this episode hit a little bit different for me. And I'm happy to be discussing it with King Amin of Essex and Danny from Chicago. What up, Ringwalk? What up, Amin?
Yo, good morning.
Top of the morning, fellas. How y'all feeling, man?
Good, man. I was, Danny, I just had to ask you one more question. Did you see my girl Cash Doll? I heard she was looking for me.
If she was there, I did not see her, but I will say that we ran into her at the Clarissa fight, and I ain't gonna lie, man, I was a bit disappointed, you know.
Why? Tell me more.
It just wasn't the same in person, bro. Like, me and my mans, it's crazy, bro. We looked at each other. My mans came up there. We looked at each other. We like, damn, bro, that was really Cash Doll.
Underwhelming.
Fire though. She fire, but you know, people forget social media, you know, so you gonna post your best on social media, and you know, that's all that was, bro. That's all that was. But I did not see Cash Doll. I did see Cade Cunningham. That was pretty dope. I had just got done facing one, and I'm about to walk into the venue, and an Escalade pull up. So, you know, I pull out my phone because I'm thinking, oh, maybe it's the champ. I'll get her a rival. And then I saw it was Cade Cunningham from the Detroit Pistons. And, you know, I put my phone up. We said, what's up? And, it was dope. He was there for like 5 or 6 fights. Like, he showed up early, saw some of the undercard, some of the local talent, and then obviously stayed for the main event. Sada Baby walked out Alicia. Yeah. That was dope. You know, that was dope. You know, he walked out Alicia, and my seat was perfect, so I got to see that ring walk. You know, went out after the fight, had a nice little night out in Detroit, and then made my way back, brother.
Yeah, man. We we had boots on the ground covering that one, man. It was definitely a great night. We did the live fight chat. And let me ask you this. Because I know I'm not tripping, and I sent the picture in the pre-pro. Can't you, after that night out that you had in Detroit, you have a few in you, a few to the face. Don't Bumgarner and Leonardo Tao can pass a little bit similar?
Bro, let me tell y'all, I don't know what crack rock it is that y'all smoke, because it cannot be any form of marijuana. Bro, it has to be like a form of a crack rock. You get what I'm saying? Some form of mineral found, in the crack of the ground, at least something, right? Because Ness was like, yo, you ain't ask about that. Everybody's saying that. I'm like, who? How?
Word.
Where? Like, bro, Christina Leonardo too on her best day can't even stand in Alicia Baumgartner's shadow.
I mean, you ain't got to be that mean.
Yeah, I thought they bear some resemblance with respect to having muscular physiques, the complexion. Like, if you're not really paying, but maybe I'm just an old dog, man. Maybe that's just it.
You said maybe you're just a horn dog.
Ah, I said old dog. You said horn dog.
I'm fucking with ya. Yo.
Y'all terrible.
But nah, man, we actually here to talk about the review. Did you guys watch it? Episode dos?
I did.
Yes,
I got some
sir.
notes too,
Yes,
man.
sir. I just got done watching it like 15 minutes ago.
Danny,
You know, I wanted it to be fresh in my mind.
take this time right now to go ahead and post another guest, confirmed
I just
guest.
did, champ. Just did, brother.
Oh,
Just
you
did.
all
Chill
over
out.
it. You all over it. That's what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah. See, you doing the stories. I'm doing the complicated shit.
No, I know, but that's also why I'm not doing that. I don't want to, like I told you before, I don't want to step on your toes.
No, for sure.
Plus, if
for
you
sure.
do it that way, I get to repost it on the story every day. Did you get the Rockman one, or you need me to forward that?
I have it.
All right.
It's going up. It's going up. Yes, sir.
So
I just did Ken Porter this morning. I did Ken Porter like an hour ago. So I'll do Hassim, you know, after the show, something along the lines, give him a little bit of time. But yeah, champ, what were your thoughts on the All Access? Did you watch it live first and foremost?
Yeah, immediately after the fight, I was kind of pissed off because I didn't know it was coming on, so I missed a few minutes of it. But obviously, it was released on YouTube late, and I was able to, you know, rewatch it a good 12 times or so. I feel like out of this episode, the question I want to ask, obviously, my co-host and the listening audience is the same question I have for the poll. Based off this All Access episode, Spence versus Crawford, episode 2, who do you feel wants the win more? I think the directors did a very good job trying to lay some ground information for us to come to that conclusion, you know, or at least for one of them, it felt like that, in my opinion. But I don't know how you guys interpreted that, so that's why, you know,
You
that's
said it
the
felt
question.
like what?
In my opinion, it felt like one guy wanted it more. Like
Okay.
one guy
Based
wants
off
to
the
win.
second episode.
Based off this episode, I feel like it showed us one person wanting it more.
Who do
Now,
you
I
feel
could be
that
wrong. I
person
could
was?
be wrong, but that's why I did the poll. Based off All Access, Spence Crawford, episode 2, who do you feel wants the win more? 41% says definitely Earl Spence
Well-
Jr.
Well, I'll tell you, you feel that way. I don't necessarily feel that way. I'll tell you how I voted. I voted on we gonna see on fight night.
Okay.
Or you know what I'm saying?
We won't know until fight night. 19% of you guys voted on that.
Real
yeah,
quick,
so
you guys see me
Go
on
ahead,
camera or no?
Let me see. Because you keep jumping
do
in and
not.
out. I do not.
It keeps cutting off for some reason. I don't know if it's my Wi-Fi, but I'm gonna figure it out so I don't disrupt the show.
Hold on. Let me see if it's let me try and just start it. See what happens.
again, I didn't necessarily feel that way. I didn't necessarily feel
Nah,
that
we don't see you yet. I mean, I
one
don't know.
person.
All right, hold on, let me figure it out.
But yeah, I didn't feel that one person necessarily wanted it more from the other. I noticed a few things, but again, bro, I just think that this is one we're gonna have to wait till the night of.
Yeah, nah, man, I feel differently. I feel like and again, this is totally, speculation. This is totally based off how the director, formatted this particular episode. It opens up, obviously, it doesn't open up, right? Because I think it opens up in Derrick James' gym, telling you about Derrick James' gym, but once they get to Earl, he's sitting down with that show of the athletes. Is it I Am Athlete, maybe? I'm not sure. Did you?
No, he sat down with the Pivot.
The Pivot podcast.
The Pivot podcast with Ryan Clark. I forget the Ryan Clark is the big one.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan Clark is the big one on that. But yeah, go ahead.
So in that
they was in the strip club. They was in a booty club doing that interview. I loved it.
Really?
That was definitely a club. It wasn't. If it wasn't a booty club, it was a club. Like they were set up in the sections, kind of how we were for the Canelo Ryder fight party. You know how we were like in the booths and shit like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, they was definitely in a section. Not Errol. Errol was sitting across from them on a chair, but Ryan Clark, like the actual podcast host, they was in a section. I felt like it was a club. I thought it was dope to have a different setting.
I did not know. Let me see. I'm pulling it up. And you know, I never focused on the background. Okay, but I see what you see. I mean, I guess it's a club lounge, something. It looks dope. But
and that's really quick before I forget, really quick. I'm sorry, before I forget, just because we're talking on the fight. There's only 4 tickets left for the fight party. So we opened up one theater that was 60, that sold out in 2 days. A few days ago, maybe a week ago, we opened up the second theater, a second 60 seats, and those are nearly gone as well.
Yeah, so you got 4 tickets left to the watch party, and we got tickets still available for the appreciation night. Confirmed guests as of right now. Let me go to our Instagram for the confirmed guests that we've posted so far. Obviously, there's some other guests that we will mention that are
I can tell them
coming.
Sean Porter, two-time welterweight champion of the world, is confirmed, will be in the building. His father trainer, one of boxing's top trainers, Kenny Porter, is confirmed. He will be in the building. Talking about top trainers, we got the one and only Kevin Cunningham, who's been around the game a long time. Bro, let me tell you, I had forgot, but I didn't know to the extent that Kevin Cunningham, the influence and how much say he had in opening a boxing program in his police department. Like, I knew he was a former cop and homicide detective, but I didn't know that he's the one that got it started, got it going, and made, essentially the name for himself. Like, he started that from the ground up, man. But yes, Coach Kevin Cunningham will be in the building. I did say Kenny Porter, but Kenny Sims will be in the building as well, one of the top 140-pound fighters in the world. We got the Olympic silver medalist, one of the top 135-pound contenders in the world, Keyshawn Davis. He's confirmed to be in the building. And I told you, and I want to tell the people, Amin need to know, Ness knows, the people need to know. Yesterday morning? Saturday morning, I spoke to Devin Haney verbally. Devin is more than interested in coming. He said, bro, at the end of the day, I just live a busy life and I don't want to give you my word and then some last minute stuff come up. But, I feel confident. I feel confident that we'll have the undisputed champion in the building. Who else we got, Ness? I seen Rockman Jr.
Yes, you do. What's up? Are you okay?
I heard somebody start talking. That's why I shut up.
Where? Just you and I, buddy. Oh, that's what I mean?
It was a bit of feedback.
Oh, I didn't hear that. That.
Well, my apologies for the dead air or whatever.
So
but yes, I seen Rockman Jr.
I don't have those other ones posted, you know what I mean? Because you didn't, you know what I mean? So I can't share them or show them. But I was showing the other ones that you mentioned.
Well, I think you posted them on the story, so you could go ahead and say it.
Not Rockman though. Like I only posted the ones you posted. I just made sure to put it on my story in the Boxing Voice story.
Oh, see, because I saw some. I saw a few I didn't. I thought you posted on the story the ones I didn't post on the post. Because I saw Kenny on there.
On the story.
Yeah.
No, you didn't. You saw that in the DMs because Kenny said, "Yo,
bro, that shit's in the story. He liked it and everything." And the caption for Kenny Sims specifically is like, "You don't want to miss one of the biggest nights in boxing." So unless
On
somebody
the
else,
story?
unless somebody else did it,
Bro,
but I thought you did. My bad.
You was drunk last night and did that, bro.
Nah, I was asleep since
I'm
like
literally
6
going to
p.m.,
check
bro.
right now. I don't even know.
Bro, I fell asleep at like 6:30. My dad threw down on the grill.
Bro, who
Man, I wanna see.
posted that?
Yeah.
I don't
And it
even
looked
know.
like you're writing too.
Man,
It looked
knock
like
it
you're
off.
writing.
Knock it off. I don't even know. Bro, I don't know who posted that. And
I mean, you was asking about Detroit. Hold on, I gotta say this, brother. The dispensary out there, the weed out there, is Vegas quality with Cali prices, bro. Like buying weed in Michigan is sensational, bro. First and foremost, it's an experience, right? Michigan does not require, as of yet, for the marijuana to come packaged from the dispensary. So they legit have big ass jars and they weigh it in front of you. They have like these tongs and they get the nugs out of the jar and they weigh it. Bro, it's super fucking dope, right? I got a half ounce of cheetah piss and a free pre-roll for $40 fucking.
Ooh.
That's
the
crazy.
Streets.
That's crazy.
Bro, what? I was at the after party so damn high. So high, bro. Like that was sensational. Shout out to Michigan and they weed laws.
Where that came from, bro? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know who did that.
No, I mean it's all good, bro. I'm not tripping about it. I thought you was just being proactive. It is like it's nothing.
It looked like the text Max used, but I didn't even send that to him. Maybe I forward. I'm gonna check my email. Maybe I forwarded it to him by mistake, thinking I forwarded it to you. That shit crazy.
Yeah, regardless, it's all good, man. We got a lot of people in the building. It's not that we're holding names off. The posts are just coming. We don't want to flood the shit. You get what I'm saying? So it ain't that at all. Everybody will be posted. We can say everybody's name now. I think it's important to get that word out. But yeah, man. Just want to give people some insight as the fight party is damn near sold out. Appreciation night is gonna be packed, full of fun. I can't wait. Quite frankly, I cannot wait for both events.
Wow.
So you've yet to tell us, Ness, your fucking thoughts on the shit. You just like, oh yeah, I think one person wanted more.
Yeah, well, I was waiting. Ain't get in here officially, and now he is, and I was trying to give you an opportunity to say how you felt, and whether or not you felt anyone wanted it more based off the words, like based off the actions in the video.
Well, you just start talking about the club scene with the pivot, and once I mentioned that they did it in the club, you got like totally sidetracked and you went to go look. So I felt like that was you were leading to something with that.
I mean, that's where the title comes from. That's where the title comes from. He definitely is
right, the A side. Correct.
He's definitely his axis. Does he feel that he's the A side? He definitely says he's the A side. He feels like he's the big dog. But that's the thing. I feel like this whole video episode painted Earl in a light where, he feels he's number one. He knows he's number one. It had to be shown to Crawford that he was number one at the negotiation table. He made it a thing to say, take them belts to the bank. He's like, yo, he ain't want to believe that I was the big dog. He ain't want to believe that I put the asses in seats. You know what I'm saying?
But then he said, I feel like he closed it by saying, because one of the hosts asked, well, if I think I'm the guy and he think he the guy, and he pointed to Ryan Clark, and he say he the man, I'm gonna say fuck you. So he was like, how the fuck you make shit happen? And then Earl, I feel like he closed it off. Last thing in that scene that was said by Earl was, well, at the end of the day,
we need each other, right?
I'm his dance partner. He's my dance partner. So we had to talk it out. So I feel like by him saying that, he was definitely saying like, okay, cool, like, we just had a have sensible conversation with each other.
I
Maybe
mean,
I didn't get what I wanted, but I did get the A side. I did get the majority.
You know what?
that's obviously your interpretation. But go ahead. I mean, I know you've been waiting.
Well, I think the whole thing to me, I don't like the whole A-side slut talk. First of all, it's a factor in business. Somebody has to be an A-side. It's negotiations, percentages. I get it. But to me, the guy that pulls the A-side talk is the guy that's pulling the, well, if it don't happen, if it don't happen. Now, in this instance, Bud was more of the if it don't happen guys. But, the one thing I can say is if they needed, in other words, like, boom, if you need to feel like you the A side, then whatever, yo, you the A side. So I don't know if, that was something that they agreed upon as far as like, Bud had to be educated on why he was the B side, or it could have just been something that Crawford simply said, you know what, fuck it. This guy's the A side, he's the A side, whatever, let's just go.
It's crazy, right? Because I didn't feel like from watching the episode any one person wanted it more. But I will say that when Ness said he felt that way, in my mind, I saw something in that episode that I'm like, oh, okay, he gonna say Bud wanted more.
Is that your opinion, though, Ness?
But it's not. He didn't say what I expected him to say. He brought up talk about negotiation when the shit been done, made, blah, 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 blah. That I ain't bring it up. I ain't brought it up. You brought it up.
Yeah, I know, champ. Don't get defensive. I'm not trying to argue with you. Like, I wasn't allowed to say how I feel. I didn't get to that. I obviously went to this because this is part of the. Let me finish.
I've pretty much begged you to tell us.
Well, I'm trying, but this is what keeps happening. You keep cutting me off. So, before I was going to tell you my opinion on the episode, I wanted to bring up my basis for the title. It's the beginning scene, so I'm just going in order. You feel me? You trying to jump to my thoughts without getting through the episode, but that's all right. I do feel Bud
that's
wants
what you said when I asked you why you felt that way.
Second cutoff.
And
so
I'm
I
just
do
saying, brother, like,
okay, third cutoff. So I do feel Bud wants it more. He wants it for himself. He wants to prove it to the world. That's what this episode relayed to me. He wants to do it for his trainers who he feels don't get the respect, where Derrick James is getting the respect. This episode is telling you that Derrick James is a super trainer, and I needed you specifically because you watch those sports. I don't know how, talented Amin is in other sports, but Earl gave a reference that obviously...
I loved it.
Cut off number 4.
Yeah. Cool. Because you're gonna say the reference. You're gonna say the reference, and you don't know none of the guys' names. I know all the guys' names he said. So he said Derrick James is like Greg Popovich. Anybody that knows Pop is one of the best NBA coaches that we've seen in the last 30 years. Right,
Danny. Before you continue, not just coaches, fundamental. He practices the fundamental and the basics of basketball. But go ahead, champ.
He then says, I'm Tim Duncan. Anthony Joshua is David Robinson. He said Ryan is Manu Ginobili.
Awkward.
And then he said Frank Martin is Tony Parker.
Steady point guard.
So off the dome, I cannot say, because out of all the sports, I probably watch NBA the least, truth be told. But I feel like all 4 of those players are Hall of Famers.
Hey, look.
David Robinson for sure is. Tim Duncan for sure is. I feel like Tony Parker. I think Manu's the only one I'm in question of. Like, I feel like every one of those are Hall of Fame players. I'm sorry.
Let me add one. Robert Horry, and that's Jermel with the rings. You know what I'm saying? Robert Horry came to the Spurs and added the rings, a certain veteranship. And even though Mel ain't the veteranship, I think the accomplishments, having, the undisputed belts, the same way Horry brought the rings to the table and being clutch. I think Jamel is a clutch fighter. Remember, he could lose, but then he'll come back and get it in the clutch. He's shown he can do that. So if you wanted to flesh out that analogy, yeah, because he forgot to mention Mel.
He did forget to mention Mel. I don't think it was on purpose. Again, bro, like NBA, and then Robert Horry truly was like, you feel me? I was legit, so I ain't really. But I'll say this. I'll say that, Mel became champion under Derrick James. I felt like he had to go to Derrick James to become world champion.
Damn, that's a little bit brutal. He had to go to become? That don't make sense. I think he was he showed his skills like, under Ronnie Shields. He showed his skills, He had the better resume over Jamal under Ronnie. So, I don't know.
Who was his best win under Ronnie?
I want to say Gabe. I would have to check the order, but maybe Gabe Rosado. Let me check.
Yeah,
Let me check. Because you said
I felt
John Jackson was the first fight with
I don't know that was the first. I know he became champion in that fight, and I know it was with Derrick James. I don't know that was the first. I just know that's the fight he became champion in. But I think with Derrick James,
Vanes Martirosyan and Gabriel Rosado were before John Jackson. So
no, and that's great. I just think that what Amin hit on with Coach Popovich is the same shit with Derrick James, like very fundamental guy. And I feel like he added a lot of that with Derrick James. Like under the tutelage of Derrick James, he's added a lot. And, it's crazy. I spoke to Tony Harrison this weekend because he is the only man to have defeated Jermell Charlo, and now Jermell's moving up. So we spoke on the Canelo fight, and he was like, bro, I love that he's brought in Joan Guzman. Like, people think that adding trainers is bad. He's like, all he's doing is adding tools to the toolbox. He legit said, he's like, Joan Guzman is bringing what Ronnie Shields brought, just with some more flavor. So now he got the technicality of Derrick James, and he got, the flavor, the footwork, the angles, the body shots with Joan. And he was like, he had some of that with Ronnie, but Derrick is so fundamental that, he was just adding to the toolbox. So I think that Derrick James definitely is more than deserving of his credit, right? But Terrence ain't wrong. You know what Bo-Mac's been able to do, that shit's crazy. Like, what are the chances that a top trainer in the world and top fighter in the world come off the same block or living from each other a block away? Like, what trainer is around your parents when you in your mother's stomach, and then goes on to raise you to be an undisputed world champion out of Omaha, Nebraska?
Well, we haven't seen that kind of partnership since Virgil Hunter and Andre Ward. As far as like the family, where there's blood involved, not literal blood, but the relationships go
but
far
you're right.
back, practically blood.
You're right, because Ward's dad and Virgil had a relationship before, he passed.
But to me, that was all information that I didn't know, bro. I didn't know that Bo-Mac's been around Terrence since he was, an unborn child. I didn't know that they legit grew up a block away from each other. Like, I think a lot of these things people don't realize. This shit crazy, bro. Like, this is Omaha, Nebraska. They ain't known for shit there, but the College Baseball World Series and when the Nebraska Cornhuskers was good, and they ain't been good in 20 fucking years. All right? So what they've been able to do, people need to acknowledge, people need to give them credit for. I think that it's only a matter of time before Bo-Mac gets his flowers, and Terrence is gonna have to keep doing his thing. With Derrick James, he's just been able to prove himself with numerous guys.
And to add to kind of what Ness was saying, I guess if you wanted to look at Crawford wanting it more, one thing I saw, and this is just one of those things you gotta know Terrence Crawford's history. When he talk about having his father in camp, and how motivating that is. He said something very poignant. He said, yo, when you feel like, whatever, and your pops say go, he said, it's different when anybody else tell you to go, but when you feel like when your dad tell you to go, you can't quit. Now, we know Earl already has that relationship because he mentioned in the other part, my dad said I was stubborn, but I told him it's this stubbornness that got me to where I am. So when you start relying on the depth of those relationships and bringing that, like bringing in the trainer, you bringing in your dad now, like it's a different level of preparedness. You know what I'm saying? And so both of these guys, are showing us they really want it. And if you wanted to, edge it in Crawford's edge, you say, all right, and I happen to know his pops was out in Virginia. I know he's a military man, so there was some distance. I don't know personally, but having him around, nothing feels better than having Pop Dukes around, and that's the hell of a motivation, man.
Bro, and even before the episode came out, I mean, us young people, we love social media. So I saw Terrence Crawford posting, him. I think he said 3 or 4 generation of Crawfords making it to the top of that hill that's so famous in Colorado Springs. He was actually rocking some Power Hand gloves that my people sent out to him. Shout out to my peoples at Power Hands. But I think that just brings out a different side of you. We even saw it in the All Access with Bomac when Bud, he's hitting a bag, he hit a little dance move, and Bomac, not being his father, but being around him for so long that they have that relationship, he like, bet you don't hit that dance move on Earl. You know what I'm saying? I loved it because it's almost like he may not necessarily be thinking about it in the fight, but I know that turned them up a little bit. Like, what you mean? Like, who won't? Like, who won't do that? Who can't do that? You know what I'm saying? So it was dope to see, man. But I think they're getting it on both sides. That push, that motivation.
Yeah, man. I see Crawford wanting it more. He has more to prove. Like Earl said, he's the big dog. He puts asses in seats. That's why he's the A side. Crawford is spiteful. He made it a thing to say, yo, this the biggest fight. I can't let him say he beat me. I gotta say he beat me. And we've been hearing how competitive he is. This is not something that's showing up now. It's showing up now to the casuals. But us, we've been new. I knew personally. I beat him in chess. My man pulled over to make sure he beat me. You're welcome. I don't know what you mean. But I mean, he's competitive.
That was my idea. I've been the one around Crawford to tell you, bro, he's super competitive, bro. Challenge him in chess. And quite frankly, I mean, we basically jumped Crawford in chess because Nez got the chess skills, but he didn't have the mental. So I'm like, bro, calm down, take your time, let's go smoke. So once he lit up, you get what I'm saying? It was a different ball game.
Coach Danny, he don't get the credit he deserves.
Well, nah, bro, look, cause then I wasn't in his corner for the other matches, and he got whooped. You feel me? So,
bro,
just like Arrow said, he said, I've put the work in, but I wouldn't be here without the coach's plan, without Derek's plan. So, it was my idea, my vision.
And Derek got the credit already. That's what I'm saying.
Earl's already executed.
Earl's already self-proclaimed big dog. Earl's already in the eyes of the casuals, the one that did the quote-unquote heavy lifting. His trainer's already been blessed with Trainer of the Year. He just got Boxing Writers Association Trainer of the Year as well, on top of the WBC. Giving them Trainer of the Year. This is what I'm saying. One team still in the mud. I'm not saying Earl and Derek didn't make it out the mud. It's exactly what you said. The opposite though. Like Derek is from Texas and so is Earl. So it's like, what's the chances of a world-class fighter and a world-class trainer being down the street from each other? It's the same shit with Bomac and them. They just ain't get that light shined on them.
Well, here's the thing.
Jamel Herring back. Same thing that Derek did, except Derek didn't have a loss with Jamel. He got a loss with Jamel. Bomac picked up Jamel with a loss, brought him back to be a world champion, something he was not before him. So, you know, they both have the talent. And like I said, one team hasn't been able to get the recognition they feel they deserve. That's why I feel Crawford, you know, wants it more because he's doing it for so much more.
Well, one thing I want to hit on before we
go ahead. I mean,
before we change gears, Derrick James said something. He said Crawford is more athletic than he is skilled. And so again, you got this fundamental eye doing the studying. And by the way, he pissed Crawford's sister off because he said Mama can't bring her dancing shoes. She ain't gonna be able to wear her dancing shoes. So, you know, just the who's being engaged at this level. You got Latasha Crawford. She stayed busy on Twitter holding it down for her brother. Yeah, man. But what do you think about the statement about the athleticism, more athletic than being a skilled boxer?
I mean, that's his opinion, just like his opinion that somehow T.O. is two-time undisputed. You know, that's his opinion because skill is being able to turn that switch and become a killer versus your best opponent till date. That's skill. Skill is being able to physically switch from orthodox to southpaw to get your opponent out. Skill is having a 10-fight knockout streak. Shout out to the Wilder fans that talk about that, and that he's getting into the Hall of Fame because of that.
Not just that, bro, but when a motherfucker tell you half an hour into your fight that you losing, and you able to come out and stop the guy within 30 to 60 seconds, that take fucking skill. Like, we already done been beating on each other for half an hour. So now you saying I'm losing this fight and I'm able to go out to impose my will and get you to get your dad to quit for you. That's skill.
That is skill to me, man. That is skill to me. I mean, I think he's shown killer instinct. He's just shown all these characteristics that, you know, it's hard to avoid. It's hard to ignore, you know. It don't mean that Earl isn't capable, but one man physically said he going the easy route. The other man wanted to go straight to the lion's den. He didn't care about undisputed. He didn't care about how many belts on the line. He just wanted to fight. And they said, you can't fight. Get a belt. So he got a belt. And then they changed the goalpost and they said, well, you only got one belt. I'm going to get all the belts. Then we can meet. It's been one man with his eyes on the prize, and it's been another man with his eyes on the prize. It's different. It's different.
I don't know that I would have wanted to see this fight with only two belts on the line. You know, I remember seeing the Bud Crawford and Jeff Horn. I almost said Joe Horn. The Jeff Horn fight. June 2018. We had just seen a year before that Errol go across the pond and beat Kell Brook. So for me, it's just like, bro, I don't know that I would have wanted to see that fight back then. And I tell people all the time, because people like, oh yeah, this shit happened 4 years too late. I'm like, where the fuck was they both at 4 years ago? You get what I'm saying? Like, people want to talk about Errol. People want to talk about Errol and the holdup of the accident. But bro, the holdup was really the pandemic. Like, truth be told, like, this fight could have only happened maybe like 6 to 12 months sooner. Like,
this is
this
why
fight couldn't have
Terrence
happened any quicker.
Crawford. This is why Terrence Crawford tells you himself that Keith Thurman was the guy and not Earl. Earl became the guy because of popularity, because of Jerry Jones. Thurman was the one that had the little red flyer wagon because his balls was so big he had to put him in there to carry him. Thurman didn't worry about Undisputed when he fought Danny, and he didn't worry about Undisputed when he fought, you know, Sean. Like, you sitting here talking about, oh, I don't think this fight would have been good for one belt. Well, why the fuck was Thurman Danny good with one belt? Why the fuck was Porter Thurman good with one belt? Like, that shit don't make no sense.
You giving Thurman flowers for the same shit Earl did. He fought him one by one.
No. I'm giving Thurman flowers for not telling Danny or Porter to go get
that you need a belt.
That you need a belt and you need multiple belts. Though, bro. Man, knock it off, champ. Knock it off. And you gon' dare fucking formulate that sentence? Oh, I'm giving him credit for what Earl did. No, I'm giving Thurman credit for what he did because he did it first. Stop, man. Think a little bit.
All right, Ray J. Okay, Ray J. What the fuck? Like, who did it best? What the fuck?
Ray J did it best. That's why you can't get it out your head. 30 years later, you still talking about Ray J instead of Kanye.
How Thurman do it best when a motherfucker... Hold on, listen to me. I'm going to tell you. If he did it best... How come a fight that he won practically ruined his career, bro? Like, he was never the same after the Danny fight, and we both know that.
Man, you sound weird.
We both know that.
Both know that. Danny been the same.
We both know that. Ain't no man imposed that amount of injury or that amount of hurt on Errol for him to not be the same.
Okay, Danny, let's say you're right. Just for argument's sake, you won that. Now you tell me, has Danny Garcia been the same since Thurman?
Has he been the same since Thurman?
Has he been the same since Thurman?
I mean, I guess.
Okay. We'll see what the rest of the audience say. You feel me? I got a $10 super chat, though. Let me get to these.
I mean, I get and the reason I say that is only because it's like he didn't do any worse against Errol.
Well, let me before you get to the super chat, let me just say this, Danny. It's different.
Maybe a little bit.
Do you remember though? That's kind of what carried the welterweight. That's what carried the welterweight division. And I'm not against Keith Thurman. I just I tease him every now and again, but he's a great fighter. What he did carried the welterweight division outside of what Floyd was doing because he was giving everybody a chance and challenging everybody.
It can't be outside of what Floyd was doing because Floyd was retired at this point. Like when Keith was fighting those top fights, Floyd was done. You know what I'm saying? Did he come back to fight McGregor? Sure. But let's also not forget that this was during the beginning of the PBC wave. So Keith was in position to be able to get that shine, bro. Like both the Thurman, actually, hold on, I don't think the Porter fight. I know for a fact the Danny Garcia fight was on free TV on CBS, bro. On CBS. You know how many millions of people was able to watch that fight? Like Errol's been fighting on Showtime. He got that one fight on NBC after the Olympic game against Leonard Bundu. So the last time he got to fight on free TV was before he ever became world champion. This guy, as a world champion, was fighting on free TV, unifying on free TV. Like, he got to have some more shine, but all you saying is the same thing I'm saying, that Keith Thurman was the fucking man. You understand? Okay. You just making my case. He was the man. He was the man until he wasn't. And now Errol became the man. And listen, and that's fine, but what we're arguing is that he became the man without telling motherfuckers they got to jump through hoops of fire to fight him. He just became the man for fighting. Was he going across the street for the big fight? He became the man for fighting the dudes we wanted. That's it. That's all. But was he going across the street for the big fights? Did he get the Pacquiao fight when Pacquiao was with Top Rank? I don't think that. No, I mean, there was also never a time for him to get the Pacquiao fight when Pacquiao was with Top Rank. Like, absolutely it was. Absolutely it was. Absolutely it was.
Add that to the list and say, okay, he fought Danny Garcia, he fought Sean Porter, hell, he fought Pacquiao. It's almost to say, who didn't he fight? Exactly. Like, come on. I mean, he wilding right now. Let him be, man. We can't try to change Danny's mind. Like, it is what it is. I got $2 from Rice Eater. I ain't see him fight Spence. That's all I'm saying. So yeah, because you're not gonna look backwards. You know, a person that unified a division is looking for
Mayweather and Pacquiao. You
So,
understand?
but here's the thing, brother.
Even before he unified, you gotta understand. What you don't want to tell is the truth. Even before he unified, he was the WBA interim. So he was always under Floyd. So you like to always come on and say, well, Floyd wasn't even. No, Floyd wasn't paying attention to Thurman like Thurman wasn't paying attention to Earl because both of them were behind.
So was Keith Thurman and Floyd Mayweather full world champions at the welterweight division for 2 years at the same time?
They could not be. Guess why? Because Floyd vacated the title instead of fighting the mandatory challenger Keith Thurman.
Yeah, the WBA. But I'm just saying there's 4 belts, right?
So you wanted Thurman to not get the fight with Floyd and somehow do what? Say, no, Floyd, don't vacate.
No, listen, you're not listening. You're not listening. You're not
listening. You're not listening because if I'm the mandatory,
Okay,
like Earl was the
finish.
mandatory to fucking Kell Brook. Earl was the mandatory to Kell Brook. So if Thurman is the mandatory to fucking Mayweather, you want him to what? Not fight there no more? Go get another belt somewhere and then ask him for a unification? I'm not understanding your analogy.
What I'm saying is, you talking about Errol had to fight Kell Brook. When did he do that, brother? Do you recall when he did that?
I never said had. I said Earl was the mandatory to Kell Brook like Thurman was the mandatory to Floyd.
Okay. But what I'm saying is Errol and Keith Thurman was simultaneously welterweight champions at the same time for 2 motherfucking years. Like, you got a belt and I got a belt. Floyd fucking retired. Right?
Okay,
so for 2 fucking years, we both world champions. What are we talking about?
And for 2 years,
you saying that Thurman was the mandatory, the interim. I get that. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is no interims, 4 world champions. You got one, I got one at the same goddamn time for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, we didn't.
Now you want to tell the people that
I get to spend Christmas with my family this year. Then the next Christmas roll around, I still got a belt. You still got a belt. We get to spend another Christmas with our family with these belts. And then 4th of July roll around, I still got a belt. You still got a belt. And we get to spend the 4th, right? Or if y'all celebrated Juneteenth, whatever, because Thurman ain't lose that belt till after the fact. So that's all I'm saying, bro, that for 2 years, they was both champion at the same time, and I never heard him call his name. So that wasn't going back. That was unifying.
Bro, it's very cute how you do your whole little opening argument, but you have to give people context. You know, right now, Shakur was in the same situation, was he not? Yes, he was. He fought Valdez and unified, right? And there was other champions out there. He didn't fight them, right? Why? Because they weren't as popular as Valdez. And he did that 2 times, all right? Because he became champion at 26 and he never fought Warrington. And he tried, right? He tried. He was going to go to Leeds, but guess what he didn't do? Send an offer to Gary Russell, okay? Why? I don't need your help. I don't need your help. Why? The haters gonna say because he wasn't popular. Okay? So when you say Thurman and Keith, who are the same person, had a belt while Earl did, maybe you right. But maybe you're not telling the people when Thurman had that belt, because he did have a belt within 2 years of inactivity. Like, he held the belt, but he wasn't fighting. And also, it could have been a time that Thurman had a belt and Earl simultaneously had a belt, but maybe the more popular Danny had a belt or the more popular Sean had a belt. You understand? I don't know. And because I know Sean lost his belt at the time. He had to then win a vacant WBC that Thurman vacated in a vacant fight with Danny. But
against Danny, right.
But again, popular fighters, money fights. This is not something that is new. This is something that's old. You understand? Because Floyd never unified either. He fought the big name. He didn't unify. He just fought the big name. So let's stop acting like,
two champions
had a belt.
There's no denying that in 2019. There's no denying that in 2019, the guy that put 48,000 asses in seats was the big name in the division. You get what I'm saying? So when you need
tell the people the month.
When you need the biggest, hold on though.
No, but tell them the month. Tell them the month. Tell them the month. 2019 when? Excuse me, sir.
March. So before,
4 months later,
Thurman
was
still
fought
champion.
Pacquiao. Shut the fuck up. 4 months later, he fought Pacquiao. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna go fight little ass Earl when I could fight a legend. Shut up! Shut up!
Bro, who did he fight before Pacquiao? Who did he fight before Pacquiao,
Tell
brother?
the truth.
Who did he fight before
It
Pacquiao?
don't matter.
Who did he fight before Pacquiao? Who did he fight before Pacquiao?
4 months later.
Who did he fight before Pacquiao?
Earl made a name for himself.
Why they ain't sell out?
Earl made a name.
Why they ain't sell out? Why he had to go get an active Hall of Famer, but they couldn't sell out? Why couldn't they sell out?
Earl made a name for himself, but who was the bigger name, I mean? Who was the bigger name?
He didn't need a Hall of Famer. He didn't need a Hall of Famer to make a name for himself.
What about the
He didn't need to go get a Hall of Famer, an old ass man to beat his ass to make a name for himself. You're right.
How much international money did Earl bring in? How much international money does Pacquiao bring in? Man, shut up. Shut up 2 times. Shut up 2 times.
You tell us. You just talking. You just talking because the motherfucker foreign. You just talking because the motherfucker foreign.
Mikey Garcia brings what foreign money?
Give us numbers. Stop talking out your ass. Give us numbers.
Google it. Fuck out of here.
You Google it. You the one using that shit as an argument, motherfucker. The whole time, all you had to say was Thurman was injured.
Are you talking about? I don't gotta say that. Because my argument is Pacquiao's a bigger fight. Somehow you trying to make Mikey a bigger fight. Shut your ass up. Let's move on. You lose. You lose.
That's one fight. They was world champions for 2 fucking years. 2 years. 2 years.
You brought up this. You brought up that motherfucking example, not me. You brought it up.
And I said 2 years. So why are you talking about one fucking fight? Motherfucker, that's 36 minutes and 2 goddamn years. Fuck you talking about. 36 minutes and 2 years. 36 minutes and 2 years. What about the other? What about the other 700 whatever days? Fuck you talking about, bro.
Murdered his example and he mad. You sat here
and
tried to tell us,
it, bro? You talking about one night in 2 years.
He was the biggest thing in the welterweight division when he brought 48,000. Shut your ass up. If he the biggest thing, what about Pacquiao? What is he? Fuck out of here.
He couldn't sell shit out. Couldn't sell shit out.
Let's move on. Let's move on. You lose.
Couldn't sell shit out. He couldn't sell shit out.
Okay, look.
Pacquiao had just got done. Look, Pacquiao had just got done doing pay-per-view against Bonner. Ain't sell shit out. Hella sections closed down. 6 months later, another pay-per-view couldn't sell shit out. Fuck you talking about, bro?
Check this out, Joe. I'm about to kill him 2 times. He out here trying to say Pacquiao couldn't sell shit. Meanwhile, Earl, before his eye got fucked up, was out here trying to fight Pacquiao after Keith. Shut your dumb ass up. You keep losing. Shut up, loser.
Oh, okay. So he was trying to fight him as a world champion, not as a non-champion like Thurman. Thurman fought him as a non-champion. Thurman fought him as a non-champion. So my bad that I want to fight champs, not old men.
Andy Cruz dance,
my bad. I want to fight world champs, not old fucking men.
You lose.
My bad. My bad. I want to fight world champs.
Earl wasn't calling him out after the Mikey fight. Shut your dumb ass up. You keep losing. Andy Cruz dance.
Did he call him out or did Pacquiao call him out? Did Pacquiao get in the ring or did Earl call him like, Mr. Senator, sir, can you come up here, please? Or did Pacquiao have did PBC have Pacquiao go in there, bro? Like, come on, stop it,
you
bro.
sound dumb. Even after he didn't get the fight after Mikey, he still again was trying to get the fight. Like, you sound dumb. Let it go.
Yes, when Pacquiao, bro, because
let it go.
What did Pacquiao do? What did Pacquiao do?
You forgot
what did Pacquiao do?
You forgot
he
after
beat Thurman.
You forgot Ugas took his spot. You forgot Ugas took his spot.
He beat Thurman. No, I didn't.
Did you forget?
He beat Thurman. He beat Thurman. Became
lose,
world champion.
Move on.
So why would he not want to fight a world champion? He said he's trying to collect the belts on his side of the street, bro.
You lose. Move on. You lose.
Bro, you should read the chat. So you should read the chat because you the only one feel this way.
I don't care what the chat say. If Pacquiao was a big fight for Thurman, then after Thurman, it's a big fight for Earl. I'm right, you're wrong.
Yes,
I don't
because
care
he
what
became
they
a
say.
champion. Because he beat Thurman and became champion.
You lose.
You got it, bro.
Okay.
They got you like Frank Martin out here.
Moving
they got
on.
You like Frank Martin, and Daddy's already.
That's all right.
Got him winning.
That's all right. And guess who took the win? Frank Martin. No matter how good Artie did, Frank left on BoxRec with the W. Move on. Simple. But you guys could call in and tell Danny he's also wrong. You know, for thinking Thurman should have fought Earl when Pacquiao was right there 4 months later. Weirdo.
Yeah, because he wasn't champ the year and a half before he got his ass whooped.
And you could give us your opinion on All Access too. Remember, our poll question is, based off All Access Spence Crawford, episode 2, who do you feel wants the win more? Looks like 41% of you say definitely Earl Spence Jr., Big Fish. Then 24%, definitely Terrence Bud Crawford, 24%. Impossible to know from an episode, 15%. We won't know until fight night, 20%. So come on over and vote. Don't forget to smash the thumbs up button before you place your vote, because we already got 600 votes and only not even 200 fucking likes. You losers. You thieves is what you are. Thieves. But we got a super chat from Negron. He's got a $5 super chat. He says, King Amin has a good point. Input, and you three work well together. Ness Danny, please continue bringing him on. Cheers. Yeah, man, it's all up to Amin's availabilities.
Yeah, man, I got kids I gotta feed, man, and I just try to squeeze in what I'm doing, man. But you know, this the motherland. That's why whenever I can do it, I could do it. And you know, these guys, you know what I mean? They allow me to come on here and join them, and you know what I'm saying, and spar and test my metal. You know what I'm saying? See where it's at. I get some good sparring. You know what I'm saying? I love interacting with you guys, man. I started off as a caller, you know what I mean, many moons ago, former caller of the year, this and that. But, yo, TBV is where it's at, man. Y'all keep supporting. And thank you, brother.
For sure. We got Optimus Prime, $10 super chat. He says, shout out to Eddie Hearn for being the first boxing promoter on the cover of Men's Health magazine. And Optimus Prime is a champ. Shout out to him.
Let me put something in the universe right quick, man. You know what I mean? I'm not the best, but I got a little bit of vocal stylings. Eddie Hearn, if you listening, man, you know what I mean? I got a song for you. We could do a little, you know what I mean, little duet. I heard you sing the Ain't No Sunshine, you know what I'm saying? We could do some Motown covers and get some bread, man. Eddie Hearn, holler at me.
Let's go.
I remember when he did that Ain't No Sunshine when Tank's gone.
He killed it.
Bro, ain't nobody like Eddie, man. What would we do without an Eddie in boxing? We got a $5 super chat from Contrell in Phoenix. He says, let's say Derek is right about Bud being athletic. That is blueprint to beat Earl. Kell Brook did first 6 rounds. Porter did it until he got caught. I don't really get what he means. Can y'all help me? Like, okay, Derek said...
I don't know what he means either, because it's like Kell had success, but it's like,
but he's not
Errol
athletic.
not improved. But has Errol not improved in the last 6 years?
I guess it's what he's saying. If those guys using the best of their boxing ability, I guess Kell Brook more as a boxer than an athlete, but maybe the athleticism didn't help him. Then you got Porter, who's more athlete than boxer, and he hung in there. But can you imagine if Crawford is a good combination of both boxing and athleticism? You know, that's the blueprint. And I don't want to speak for the man, but hopefully I caught what he was trying to say.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know that. I don't know that Brook is athletic.
Nah, he's more boxer.
Yeah,
than athleticism. And his boxing.
But if this guy's super chat, he's literally saying Kell Brook did good for the first 6 rounds, right after telling us that the blueprint is being athletic. So I'm just a little lost, because Porter's athletic.
Maybe he's saying that a guy like Kell Brook, who isn't as athletic, was able to have success. But even if he is saying that, first thing I'm like, okay, that was 6 years ago.
There's a different Errol Spence would do.
Like I know for a fact that Errol was coming off of like a 10, 11 month layoff. Like his fight before that was Leonard Bundle. That was August of 2016. He don't fight Kell Brook till May of 2017. So that was like 9 to 10 months out of the ring. But it's like, bro, has he not improved since?
They saying Steve in the UK, go figure, UK. Ness, you're crazy. Brooke was crazy athletic. I never seen it. In which fight did he show athleticism like that? Like, he showed that he was a good fighter. Questionable. I mean, he had a trilogy with Carson Jones. You know, like, they developed Kell Brook a lot. You know, he can never complain. He came a long way, you know. Like, he was fighting some very questionable fighters for a while, and then they finally let the leash off him, and he did his thing. You know, I never expected him to beat Porter. I don't feel like it's a legitimate win, never did. He held way too much. You know, it was pretty much disgusting. But he got the win, you know. He got the win. I got Michael Fisher, $2 cash app. He says, someone put me on timeout for saying you won, Ness. That was Danny then. Thank you for notifying us that Danny, even though he wanted me to look at the chat because
the only
he felt,
people,
again, cut off number 20 by Danny.
You done?
No, I'm not. Danny, even though he said, Ness, look at the chat. I'm winning the debate based on the comments. The one little chat, according to him, because he was winning based off chat. So the one guy that was saying I won, you timed him out. You're so emotional.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't the only one. That 100% wasn't siding with me. But the people that got timed out is anybody that spams, bro. Like, so Optimus Prime, you say he a champ? Yeah, he got his ass timed out too. Cause it's like, bro, I don't want to see half my fucking comment box with your comment of the same shit.
I mean,
so anybody that spams, regardless of what it is,
they want to get their point. They want to get their point across. Why are you being a chat police with?
So do the bots. So do the bots.
No,
but yeah, you
know what's
out,
a bot.
So...
You know what's a bot. If a dude got a champ membership, you know he not a bot. But they just got under your skin.
It wasn't a chat membership. It wasn't a chat membership.
Get out
it was
of
a regular
Optimus Prime is a fucking champ. He got the little.
But did he use his champ membership when he did it?
No,
or did he just comment regular?
No, listen,
you're misunderstanding
and kept comment
me. Regular and kept comment
You're
regular
misunderstanding
and kept comment
me, sir.
And
You're
I'm like, bro, like say some
me.
different shit. Say some different shit, bro. You just copying and pasting. You acting like Ness when he put the link in the chat.
He got to you. Don't be mad. Just we all see it. You and your feelings. I could keep going to the next super chat.
Anybody.
It's all right.
Anybody that spams is getting timed out. Anybody.
You all right.
Anybody.
You got caught.
It could be your girl, champ. It could be your girl. Your girl could go in the chat. Ness is the best, and she comment that shit 10 times. She getting timed out. Best believe it.
Hey, Mike, shout out to you, man. You had the cash app, so we know the truth. So we know Danny and his feelings on the low. Ha ha! We got him. We got him. We going from Michael to Mike because Michael is Fisher. This Mike is Hicks. $2 cash app. He says, "You see old girl flash the crowd after her W. Look emoji, drooling, fucking." He got the drooling emoji. Them titties ain't look. I ain't gonna say they look bad because ain't nothing wrong with some fake titties. But there was no movement on them titties, and her excitement was I don't know. It then her own trainer. Like, look at the video. You know me. I look at everything. Her own trainer literally takes paces following her to record her on his cell phone. Like, maybe he's live. Maybe he's gonna put it on Instagram. Maybe he's gonna keep it. I don't know. It was weird to me because guess what? I hate double standards, especially when it's women and men. Can't no champ whip out his fucking cock on TV. He going to jail for indecent exposure. They always make things okay for women. Fuck out of here. Fuck them double standards. Ain't nobody beat. Maybe the commission should step up. Because if it was a man that did it, especially in the UK, the BBC be all on his motherfucking COCK, motherfucker. So somebody need to do something to her. It ain't fucking fair. That's how I feel since you want to ask me. That's how I feel. It's a double standard. She should be suspended. Just like they suspend men. The BBC suspends men for fucking cursing in interviews. She should be suspended. She should be suspended.
So,
I think that's an extreme act. I'm still reviewing the footage. It's under review. I'll give you guys
I'm sure you and every other man is reviewing the footage, and that's what the fuck I'm saying. A man can't get away with that. We live in this weird ass world where it's okay for her to do that, but then it's not okay if a man is looking at her breast because we sexualizing her. We not taking her boxing serious anymore, but you flashing your titties. And what the fuck are we supposed to look at?
You know, unfortunately, I'll say this, right? I felt that there was a couple unfortunate things with the situation. The first being that they actually tying this in with real boxing. That's super unfortunate, right?
Oh,
super
shit, it was not a real fight?
It was one of those bullshit cards. It was one of those bullshit cards. It wasn't on a real card.
What do you mean by that? Be more specific.
You know, they do the misfits, the influencer
So
cards.
was it a misfit?
No, it was actually something called Kingpin, which makes it bad for misfits because I think misfits, even aside from the little tag team nonsense, and you know, it's more organized. Shout out to Ellie Brooks.
So there's there's no commission. So I'm asking for justice that won't come.
So I don't know if there was a commission, but if there was, you're talking about a commission that allows fighters with over 200 losses to still compete, right?
Yeah, but that's different. That's different. That same commission still, BBSC, like I said, I've watched them suspend fighters and fine fighters for cursing in their post fights. So, yeah, somebody could do something. Or should do something. It's unfair.
Yeah, I mean, I think something should be done, but I think, like I said, the first issue is the fact that they even considering this real boxing or tying it in with real boxing, right? And the second thing is, bro, it was weird because the Zone was pushing the shit out of that card on Saturday, but bro, that morning they're talking about that, but not Alicia's fight, and it was crazy to me. Like I even tweeted how they were promoting like the next month of fights. And I'm like, the only undisputed fight on the line, you guys don't even mention.
That's
you know,
what
so I think there was a
Yo, Danny, all the people you timed out coming out, bro. Damn, you went ham on some people here. You talking about it was only one guy.
No, it was two.
Yeah.
It was Optimus Prime and somebody else. I mean, but bro, that's always been a thing. Anytime, like I've always said, the only way you get in timed out is spamming and just saying some goofy shit. So I ended up somebody else was talking about private parts, like, yeah, Tim, you get in timed out, you being weird. Like, you know what I'm saying? Anybody that spams or does that shit, the weird shit, yeah, they get in timed out.
Let me keep it moving here. I got we last stopped off at Cantrell. We got Rice Eater back with another one, $5. He says Thurman is the only one to beat Spence. Best work in they prime. Sean was the only with to fight. I don't know, he missed the word there. Sean was the only with to fight. Spence, best work in they prime. Hashtag own narratives. I'm lost, bro. I don't even know what he means. Thurman is the only one to beat Spence. Best work in they prime. Yeah, Rice Eater, you might need to send a free one to like just, you know, you got to read these things out loud before you send them. But we got T41, $2 super chat. He says, Thurman duck Spence. Stop the BS, Ness. Yeah, sure. You can duck someone behind you. Yeah, you're going to duck Spence because you want the Thurman fight. I mean, you want the Pacquiao fight. Yeah. And then Pacquiao is old, but then Thurman was lined up to fight him until his eye was needed to get put back in. Like, you guys, your narratives are weird, man. You're weird. Thurman was the only one lined up to fight two legends. One ducked him, the other one gave him a shot. Let's be real. End of story. C Soldier, 11 months.
Bro, GFT just said, you're weird for timing out people who is talking about private parts and spamming the chat, Danny. Okay.
All right. We got C Soldier, member for 11 months on a contender level. Shout out to you, champ. Actually, shout out to you, contender. We can't call you champ to become one. Gotta get that strap. Spence beat the death like he was Lazarus. I ain't betting against him. Big fish season. 3 Earl Spence emojis. Yeah, for sure. You know, he definitely has proved that he is defying the odds. For sure. He you know, they could call him a bionic man and shit. You know what I mean? He's overcome things that people didn't think he would, you know? The accident, the eye. Some people would have retired off of both, let alone both.
What y'all make? What y'all make? Both you and I mean. What y'all make of? What y'all make of Arrow saying that in that Ugas moment when he was getting his mouthpiece made in All Access?
Yeah, that was a
he
funny
said
part.
How he said how he was scared his teeth came out and the memes and social media, and then he wasn't even worried about getting knocked out. He just wanted to pick up his teeth because he felt his teeth came out. What y'all make of that?
Bruh, then he said he like felt his gums, knew his teeth was there, and that's why he smiled. And they literally found that part in the fight and showed him smiling. No, I thought that was dope, man.
That's real. Because it shows too that, you know, that the remnants from that one fatal night, he don't forget about it. And you know, even in the ring, you know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, I can't give up an inch. I don't want nobody to be thinking about my fucking teeth coming out. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like a fuck that hair moment.
But it just goes to show again who wants it more. You see?
You know, I think.
Go ahead.
Nah, I just felt that moment showed the, I don't want to say vulnerability, but definitely the thought that, okay, this is still a thought in your head. Like what you've had to overcome to get back in the ring is sitting in the back of your mind, right? Because if it hadn't, he wouldn't be thinking about his teeth coming out. But because they have from the accident, or because he had to get, you know, surgery from the accident, I think that was a thought. And it was crazy, right? It just showed me that he is human. He is able to have these thoughts and not be 1,000%, right? Because like you said, some people look at him like, you know, bionic, man, for what he's been able to overcome. But I think him admitting to that and talking about that moment just showed vulnerability. It showed it just showed a human side to him.
You know, for me, I thought, you know, that moment, it just made me remember Dominic Brazil, you know, and even though he didn't bring it up, that also showed me that he's gonna fight to win, because the same reasons he mentioned, social media. Dominic Brazil shut down his social media after losing to Deontay Wilder. You know, Earl has made it clear that he's the type of person that listens, watch, and it bothers him. That's why, you know, he blocked me, right? So it's like social media bothers him. That's why he said what he said. And if he loses, it will bother him. That's why he's going to fight hard. But I think it's all the same reasons for Bud, because he watches and listens too, and his team watches and listens too. But he's different. He rather confront you. He doesn't block you. You know what I mean? So again, and I'm interpreting that as different. I'm interpreting that as more than. Someone else could interpret it as less than.
Look, I think you at the very least, what you insinuating ain't far-fetched or anything like that. But I posted Arrow on my story because I couldn't I could post them on the Boxing Voice. I just couldn't tag them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, fuck it. I'll just do it for my own story. And I posted them with the Hardin. I've already had somebody reach out to me from Crawford's side about that post.
Saying you picked a side?
Nah, they like, that's cute and all, but who you really got?
Yeah, exactly. You know?
But
I just can't let you gloss by the fact that we were the first boxing entity in the world to sponsor with Hardin, and you know, since then, looks like the whole boxing world's getting in on that Hardin. You know what I mean? Good to see Earl. I hope they drug test him for Crawford's sake. I seen Earl. You posted him with a bag of Hardin.
Nevada State Athletic Commission does not test for marijuana in competition.
Ooh. Why? So you coming clean? You saying there was marijuana in that bag? Because he could have bought clothes. I don't know
what was in that bag.
He could have bought clothes.
He was at a dispensary in Nevada.
He could have bought clothes.
And the Nevada State Athletic Commission does not test for marijuana.
He could have bought clothes. There's clothes.
I don't know how much clothes you could fit in that tiny bag.
What? A shirt for sure. You could definitely fit a bikini in there. And they sell fabulous bikinis.
Why wouldn't they put it in the bag with the handles? And you know what I'm saying? All I'm saying is they don't test. They don't test. It ain't illegal in competition in the state of Nevada.
So shout out to all fighters that want to visit Hardin.
Listen though, that doesn't mean that they can't have more stringent than. I'm just saying the state does not require it.
So shout out to all fighters that want to hit up Hardin. You know, use the code TBV and get a discount. You know, tell them TBV sent you. We got Rice Eater with his third super chat. $5. He says, Spence told Crawford coming up to get a belt first. After Bud took Jeff Horn 147-pound title, Spence fought beltless 135-pound Mikey Garcia in his next fight. But somehow, Danny calls Thurman not fighting Spence off the Mikey win a duck because he fought legendary Pacquiao.
When I say that
earlier today.
When I said that.
When you
I
said
got 1,000 for you. I got 1,000 for you. Show me why I called him a duck. Show me why I called him a duck.
You said, yo, after he put 48,000 in the arena, he was the man in the welterweight division. Thurman didn't fight him. And I say, yeah, 4 months later, he fought Pacquiao. What else are you insinuating? If you didn't fight the man in the division.
You mentioned a moment of 36 minutes. I mentioned a span of 2 years. And like I told you, the instant kill was, bro, he was injured. But you went on a rant, blah, 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 blah. It's okay.
No, because
I
didn't need to go to the injury because he actually fought 4 months later. A legend. That's important to say. But anyway, moving on.
But again, you're touching on a span of 36 minutes. I touched on a span that spread across 2 years.
No problem. I mean, I still had to say that he fought the bigger fight. Jaime Nieto, $5 super chat, says, "You cool, Danny, but you're a fan of fighters. Bias is coming out. No way any fighter fights Earl at the time and passes up on a Pacquiao fight." That's what I'm saying. Shout out to Jaime Nieto.
Because that was the same fight he fought 2 years in a row. You right.
That went over our heads. All we know is Pacquiao was a bigger fight.
I'm just saying, yeah, bigger fight. During that moment, again, it was a span of 2 years. They was both champions in the division. That's all I'm saying.
Again, all we know is Pacquiao was a bigger fight. He's with a legend. I got Mad Bet 100.
Yeah, what about the other time though? You know what I'm saying? Because wasn't Pacquiao, bro?
A legend?
Pacquiao had
he was a legend. He was a legend. Yeah.
He had just lost.
Yeah.
Just recently coming off of a loss.
Muhammad Ali lost. Joe Frazier lost. Sugar Ray Leonard lost.
Yeah.
Durant
I'm
lost.
just saying. So
Hagler
calling
lost.
somebody bigger than.
Wilder lost.
They ain't got a belt. They
lost.
just lost 2
Vasil
fights ago.
lost.
It's kind of interesting.
Rigo lost. Everybody loses. I got Mad Bet 100 at the champ level.
Is a fight coming back like the biggest fight of the other person's career, like the best fight of the other person's career?
$2 super chat, daily dose of Tanquil. Tank is free, big fish summer. I got Rich Mendez, $5 super chat. He says, are these two guys considered in their prime, 33 and 35? After this fight, win or lose, do they fall to the wayside? I guess is what he meant to spell. Fall to the wayside. What do you guys think about that? I want your opinions. Are these guys in their prime? It is, you see, and this is why. We've had an argument on this show. I don't know who were the hosts at the time. I don't know who I debated with at the time, but the debate was solely that age, and I'm pretty sure CYP was in the debate because he likes to call Canelo fighting guys out of their prime because he fought guys specifically at 35. So here we have Crawford now 35. And I don't think Crawford is out of his prime at all. But I also have a theory that prime has nothing to do with age. Prime is when you as a fighter are at your best. Not when you're in a certain age bracket. But some people, specifically CYP, don't believe that because they like to tear down Canelo's resume because he fought a lot of champions or fighters in general who were at the age of 35 when he fought them. Again, I don't think age means prime. Look at Jamel Herring. He was young when he was with PBC. He was a Marine, and he was in his quote-unquote prime because of his age. But the better half of his career was with Bomac when he's quote-unquote out of his prime. So why do we think age has to do with prime?
I think sometimes for athletes in different sports, especially, I think boxing is very different. But, you know, your physical prime might be, you know, in your, you know, I guess mid to late 20s before, you know, 35. So physically, I guess the idea is that you're in your physical prime. I mean, even me, I would disagree because I'm in much better shape, you know, in my mid 40s than I was ever in my 20s. You know what I mean? So I'm in a 20-year difference, and my physical, sure, I might have had higher levels of testosterone. I'm sure I had more B12 and more energy and more minerals and more vitamins, brother. But physically, mentally, where I'm at and how I can utilize.
No, I'm not gonna let you do that and not tell the audience that motherfucking Hulk Hogan ad lib and reference. I love it, yo, because Danny ain't get that because we right?
How the fuck I ain't get that, bro?
You peeped it?
Bro, I watched Hulk Hogan's reality TV show. Like I knew when he was cheating on his wife, all type of shit, bro.
Damn.
Like I think Hulk Hogan was the first wrestler I ever knew.
What was that tagline where he's like, "Eat your vitamins, brother."
Take your prayers. Take your vitamins, brother. But see, Daddy, you wasn't old enough to get your ass whipped for fucking up a good shirt. We used to get our ass beat for ripping open our shirts, trying to be like Hulk Hogan. Because when he come through,
bro,
he'd say, "Take your vitamins and say your prayers," and then he just rip his shirt open in front of Mean Gene Okerlund. You do that shit, your mother be like, "Yo, you just ripped the show." Wop. You know what I mean? I got plenty licks for fucking up some good shirts on the count of being a Hulkamaniac. But still, I'm just saying, physically, I might have been in my prime in my 20s. I might have had, you know, more physical levels, but I know what to do. I know how to treat my body better. I have a better understanding of what I want to do with myself. You know?
And because of that, I think both guys are still absolutely in a prime. I mean, we see right now, Errol, the last few camps has had Elliot Buckland in camp, you know, his chef to Tank Davis, chef to a number of top fighters, one of the top sports chefs in the sport, in combat sports, period. I think that they've each learned and been able to add tools, add essential things, maybe things even that they didn't know they needed. You know, there was a point in time where Errol had a strength and conditioning coach, then he didn't have him, and now he's back to having a strength and conditioning coach. You know, I think same with Bud. I think that they've each just added things. You know, Bud for this one, he got everybody out in Colorado Springs. Like everybody's out in Colorado Springs, from the amateurs to to everybody. So I think that they're the most experienced at this point in their careers. I think they're the smartest at this point in their careers. And I think because of that, it'll make them the strongest inside of the ring come on fight night.
Yeah, I agree, man. I agree. And I know CYP, you said you the expert again. You the expert when it comes to physiology, when it comes to fitness. I totally agree. I just think that when it comes to how athletes use their bodies, even though they can't perform at that level 20 years ago, their understanding of I mean, look at George Foreman. I even see, what was it? Homeboy in the chat, one of the lokes in the chat, he said, yo, the prime Hogan was Hollywood Hogan, the older Hogan, when he was NWO Hogan. So, you know, I think, again, I just, some athletes, they just understand how to use their athleticism at an older age, even if they can't perform. When Jordan couldn't dunk, he was fading away and he was still deadly. He couldn't physically dunk, you know what I mean, in the way he wanted to. Players were getting taller. He said, fuck it, I'm going to fade him away now. I'm going to hit him with the air reverse and all these sorts of moves. So, I don't know. I agree with Danny. These guys are right where they need to be. You know, maybe if they were younger, you know what I'm saying, this fight happened 4 years ago, you know, we might have a different anticipation of what the outcome is. We might not feel like it's all on the line the way we feel like it is now.
So, I'll say this, right? I think that since they both became champions at the welterweight division, respectively, Errol in 2017, Bud in 2018, I think that they've both have gone through things inside of the ring that they've had to learn from. Again, I point to that moment where Bud had to be told he's down. I was there. I was scoring the fight. I had Sean up. I saw his mouth. Like, I'll never forget it. I saw his mouth. I'm working for Michelle Joy Phelps at the time. I nudged her. I'm like, yo, look at the big screen. Big screen. He's saying he's down. We all saw it. And then to see him come out, I think that he's learned, they've both learned, Arrow, the mouthpiece instance. That was something, a mistake I believe he won't make again, in the fight. Like, he definitely ain't making that mistake against Bud. Oh, if the mouthpiece comes out, you think he gonna go looking for it? Hell no. You get what I'm saying? So I think they've both gone through things that we gonna get the best version of each guy. Prime or not, whatever the fuck. Look, only prime I acknowledge is Jake Paul's or Logan Paul's, whoever got the fucking drink, right? So prime or not, I think we getting the best version of each fighter on July 29th.
All right. I got some more super chats to get to. Riley Fuentes, been a member for 3 months on the champ level. Hey, yo, by the way, I gotta brag daily. All you members, I hope you made money, because I gave y'all a 3-leg parlay that was like plus 286 or plus 386, some crazy shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So we all should be chilling. Everybody's membership should be paid.
And then I wasn't part of the betting show, but I gave a 3-way parlay that hit as well. And it's kind of sad to me because I didn't even bet it. But I said Andy Cruz decision, I said Alicia decision, and I said Frank Martin money line. So that was a plus money parlay nonetheless. But yo, let's open up some of these phone lines, Ness.
I got still some chats to get to. Riley Fuentes, member for 3 months on the champ level, says, this is off topic, but what's y'all opinions on the Robeisy Ramirez fight next week? Yo, he's going to a whole nother country for this fight, right? And I don't know the details.
It's on the NOA. It's the co-main for NOA Fulton. I'm sorry, bro, but the way you picked up that L, I just knew you was smoking a cigarette. Like, bro, the way you just picked it up, I'm like, damn, my man sitting in the square. He really stressed.
Nah, I just smoke like a sophisticated young man. That's all. But is he fighting for a belt?
Yo, I want to get to the point where I smoke my blunts. My girl put it in my mouth. The blunt. She puts the blunt in my mouth and lights it for me. You get what I'm saying? That's
gonna be hard to do since you don't smoke and Dutches and stuff like that. But you mean L or joint?
Sure, champ.
Yeah. But is Robeisy fighting for a belt over there?
I mean, he's defending his belt.
Oh, okay. So it's just a defense. I got Optimus Prime with another one. He says, I'm finally off timeout. Shout out to Ness and free speech. Laugh out loud. I got Kaka Brown, $5 Cash App. He says, win share? I'm fucking lost. What the hell does this mean? Win share. I'm sorry, Kaka Brown, Huang in Houston. I'm lost.
You know what he's saying?
No.
Win, share.
What the fuck is that, bro? It's over my head.
Win, give me some. You want some greedy shit?
Okay. Oh, no, win share. He won. He's a member. That's what it got to be. He must have won on the bet. Win share. That's what that means. He won. Yeah. That was what he, okay. I think I'm going to go with that. He sent $5, though. He won. Hey, shout out. I got Boxing King 22, member for 27 months on that prospect level. Damn, homie, you are taking it. They're building you up slow. You still a prospect. You're about to, what is that now? 27? Is that 2 years and 3 months? They taking their time with you. You ain't a contender and you ain't go for a title shot just yet. But his chat just disappeared. Now I gotta find it. All right, here we go. Here we go. He says Earl Spence Jr. knows he's gonna lose, but gonna go out with a bang. And we got CYP on the prospect level for 21 months? Shout out to CYP, prospect, not a contender or a champ. He's a prospect. Address him as a prospect.
$2 level, right? $2 level.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, it's boxing levels. You a prospect, you just starting out. You feel me? I just realized I could do this. And then he's talking about his free super chat.
You get one a month
that he gets to do per month. And we got Steve in the UK, who's a member for 29 months, also on that prospect level. They taking their time with you too. You got that Frank Warren matchmaker over there. He says the BBFC didn't license the card. Nes. Yeah, well, someone needs to find that woman. No double standards. We got Jaime Nieto. Another $5 super chat. He says the one thing that stood out from the episode is Earl loses focus in rounds when he admitted thinking about social media when his mouthpiece came out in the round. See, Danny interpreted that different. Danny interpreted that he won't make that mistake again. So, there's always that.
I mean, I think that was something that he had to go through. You get what I'm saying? Because again, I don't think that would have been on his conscience had the interview not gone like that. I'm sorry, his career not gone like that. Like, had he not gone through all the things he was going through, I don't think his mouthpiece coming out would have been a thought. Like, oh, let me go pick up my teeth. Like, you know what I'm saying? It just would have been something that happened, and that was it. So now, to me, that was a learning experience, bro. Bud getting rocked in the Velasquez fight, that was a learning experience. Like, them all shits that I think gonna make them better. We gonna get the best two versions of these guys in the ring later this month.
True. Rachel Donaire has confirmed and will be at the appreciation night. That'll get posted on our official social media sometime this week. But, she is going to attend the party, and we appreciate her and Donaire. Obviously, they got a big fight. Donaire's on the undercard of the Earl Spence Terrence Crawford fight that we are discussing. His wife is always in the corner. Rachel has won Trainer of the Year. She's also a manager, and she'll be at the party July 28th, TBV Appreciation Night. It's the 4th annual Mixer. Don't forget to join us. Tickets available. Definitely come check us out.
4th ever.
4th ever. 4th ever.
Only reason I emphasize that, bro, because somebody hit me up like, damn, bro, I'm sick. I've been to the first 3 and I'm missing this one. And I'm like, bro, don't feel bad. I've worked finesse for 5 years, and this is the first one that he's thrown since so annual is pushing it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I certainly wanted it to be annual, and maybe one day we'll get there. I still got to do that 3-city tour, man. I got to crush these goals and these things that I've been setting for the podcast throughout the year. So after we get through all this, we got to start planning that 3-city tour. I got GFT. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, man, we'll call it a quintennial every 4 years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I got GFT
$2. Honestly, we shouldn't even have called it an appreciation night. We should have called it the TBV Appreciation Reunion. Reunions be every 5 to 10 years, so that's high school and shit like that. So that's how this one is.
I got GFT $2 super chat. He says, great episode, champ. Laugh, crying on the floor emoji, laughing out loud. He says, not he says, but Supermex now says $2. He says, check the timeline. Thurman told Bud to get a belt. Coach Myers been a member for 27 months at that contender level. We got to get you a title shot, man. Who's your manager? You ain't get a title shot yet, champ. Come on. I mean, contender. I'm sorry. But you need a title shot. And he says big, the word big with the tropical fish emoji. So big fish for him. I got Huang Mancha. He's a prospect. $2 super chat. He says, I cash apped a cut of the winnings. Salute to you, champ. we were able to figure out those hieroglyphics and understood that you were sharing the winnings. Ronnie Reyes in Phoenix, he says, good morning, TBV, with the glove emoji and the flexing emoji. Buenos dias to you, my friend. Buenos dias to you. And for anybody that needs the appreciation night link to purchase tickets, it is now pinned. We've gotten through the super chats. It's time to go to the callers on Discord. I got no name.
Yo, can you hear me?
In Jesus' name.
We hear you. We hear you.
You can't read my name for real, or you just don't want to say what I be putting on there?
I mean, I don't see a name, brother.
You don't see what I put up there though?
I see nothing except this time, this clicking and ticking.
Shit, man, I hate you, nigga. Hey, look, hey, good show this morning. They had a somebody that super chatted something about Derek saying Bud is based off athleticism. I mean, that might be true, fine and dandy. I still see a lot more skill there. I think that's something Derek praying on, hoping that Spence could catch up with him, and hope Bud athleticism is is bowing down, being that he at age 35. The only problem I have with that is Bud seemed like he been more of a cleaner athlete, been staying around his weight, been taking the sport a lot more serious. Errol had a lot of distractions. Errol had a lot of stuff that was taking his focus outside of the ring. He's picking up a lot of weight, and he's been sucking down at 147 his whole entire career. So I think that will play a part and show a part in this fight. I think for the first time, y'all going to see Errol gas and get tired, not physically, but mentally. Before somebody get on here and say we never seen Errol tired in a fight, when you're in there with somebody and you can't hit or play shit or the stuff you're not working and it requires you to think more, normally that makes you more tired because your breathing pattern is different from what you're used to doing or having the same success. And that's if I go over, just add it and build me. I think I got I don't know what the topic is. Y'all asking who want to fight more? Did y'all ask that?
We asking based off that episode, who do you feel wants the win more?
I'll tell you this, honestly, watching the episode, I said, all right, EJ, it seemed like you really, really into this and you want this. So I would probably lean towards that. I was more excited about his response in the show. I have always thought Bud wanted to fight more, just from how he pushed it, what he went through, everything he was trying to do to get the fight. But if I'm basing it off the episode, EJ kind of won me over and like got me a little more excited because it seemed like he really more into it. And I ain't saying the man wasn't into it. I just seemed like he's really like trying to come there to win. I like the stuff he's doing with his family, his kids, and stuff like that. Anytime you add that into the equation, it kind of makes you feel like you're fighting for something more. So like I would give it to EJ, but in my heart of hearts, I know Bud want to fight more for legacy, for certain reasons that I just think he's gonna dominate EJ with. With that being said, I told you, I think I've been telling y'all for a long time, Bud will knock Spence out. I just don't think Bud. I don't think Spence just has the tools to beat Crawford. As far as the mouthpiece incident, I don't think he learned from that. EJ told me a lot. I will tell you this. EJ said a lot about what he think about what people think about him. And yes, you can spin it both ways and say he meant this or he meant that. But nah, if you're looking for a mouthpiece while somebody is throwing punches at you and you lose focus, that's the second time he did that. I don't think it's about how it shows how hard you want to fight. It's what it shows is you lose focus and you're more caught off and worried about what people are going to perceive. He said if his teeth was knocked out of his mouth, in my opinion, just in a fight, it's a fight. You got two people in front of you. The referee didn't stop it. I'm going to still defend myself and then find my teeth later because I'm not worried about my teeth getting knocked. I'm worried about this dude throwing punches at me. Now, maybe he didn't give a fuck about Ugas. He probably felt like Ugas was less than, so maybe he could turn his head on that. Maybe he did that same shit. I think it was a Danny or it was a Sean. One of the fights he lost his balance against Sean, and the other fight against Danny, I think that's when he did the mouthpiece shit too. Eric got a problem with that. He don't need to be pulling no shit like that with Crawford.
And this is a genuine question because I don't remember in the
I don't
Danny
want you
fight.
to add my
it came
time.
out.
I don't want you to add on my time.
Hold on.
I want to talk for my time. I don't want you to add on my time. I think it was Danny
Bro, we
fight when
giving
he
you
did look
time
for the
though. We
mouthpiece.
giving you the time. Ain't that how
No,
conversations work?
but
Usually two
it's
people.
Bill and Danny, bro. Hey, bro, look, are you gonna pay for my counter punches or not? Because you seem to have a hard time
Sure.
comprehending. That's my
Bro, we
call,
gonna
man. Fuck
get. That's
that.
what I'm saying. We giving you the
That's my
time.
call,
I
man.
was just curious if he went to go look for the mouthpiece. That's all. What you getting all mad for, bro? It's Monday morning. Have a cup of coffee. Just trying to have a conversation. That's all. I thought that's what this was about.
Build me, Ness.
All righty then. We're going to Jonathan Sims on Discord. What's going on?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, all right. Good morning, everybody. And Ness, if I go over, bill your boy. But first, let's start off the day right. Trust in the Lord forever, for the Lord Himself, is the rock eternal. That's out of Isaiah 26:4. So, J Mac, that was a really good call, bro. You had some really good points. So good call. Um, in my opinion, I thought Earl Spence wanted it more. I thought a little catalyst to the fight was the little picture that they had before you click on the show, and that's him holding the bars with the two dumbbells. And just to see his determination in finishing just said a lot about who he is and how he's approaching this fight. I thought it was interesting that for Bud to be in the biggest fight of his career, someone has to motivate him to go run. I would think that he's the first one ready to go. But these two episodes showed me a lot. Like for instance, Bud asked his team to be ready at a certain time, and the person who was late was him. May not be nothing, maybe something to look into. Then Bud said something at the table that really stood out to me, and it kind of breathed nervousness when he was like, "This is the biggest fight of my career." Basically, he had never been at this stage, this level, this stage before. And if we're just nitpicking, right? Like we're just nitpicking, we're trying to play psychiatrist. I think I kind of give the edge to Earl on this one. I think Earl is more focused on coming in the fight, making a statement, while Bud is more focused on what the fight will give him, where it will put him, where it would submit his legacy at. And I just think that that's one person's eye is on the prize versus one person is more focused on the fight. I thought both parties' game plans were revealed during the fight. I found it very, like, if you just pay attention, people will tell you everything. Derek James started the clip right when Bud was knocking out Porter. That told me we're preparing for the counter punching, especially punching in between towards the body shots. I think Earl's going to be very, very basic with 1, 2, maybe 3, and anticipating that counter to the body is going to try to come straight down the pipeline. Hence, Derek saying, Bud is more athletic than he is skilled, and I think that is true. I thought it was interesting that Earl addressed the mouthpiece situation as well, letting Bud's team know, like, we getting out in front of that. And I think if you're a competitor, getting out in front of the iniquities is the best thing you could do to psychologically fuck up your opponent. Admit your flaws to them so they know that they have to come a different route. So I think I favor Earl, but I think this is going to be a hell of a fight. And that's, in your soliloquy earlier to Danny, you said some things that was interesting. You said that Bud called out Keith when he moved to the division, but Bomac has came on here several times, not here, but addressed to the public several times. Earl was
That
always
is
the
your
guy.
call. You want to keep going?
Yeah, keep going, bill me. He said that Earl was the fighter that they always wanted. Before he even got to welterweight, they always had Earl on their mind. Bud has even admitted that Earl has almost lived rent free in his head. So I think politically he said Keith just because he knew he was on ESPN and Keith had the belts, but their team has always admitted Earl was the guy they always wanted. And then you talked about the easy route, but Bomac is on audio saying, yeah, we could have went to IBF when we moved up to welterweight, but the position of power they would have been in wouldn't have been favorable. So they went the WBO route. I think that's what he has. So then they could be in a position of power. So they both did that. So, like, I don't think you could fault either guy for quote unquote taking the easier route, because at the end of the day, it's prize fighting. And Amin talked about the A-side slut talk, but bro, this is business, and there's multiple people who has to get fed on said person's team. And I'm not just, like Earl said, he's not just fighting for him. So yeah, it's about what we bring it to the table. And if I bring more, I'm getting a lion's share, because it ain't just my mouth I'm trying to feed. I got handlers, so forth and such. What AJ say? 50 million ain't 50 million when you pay the light bill, you fill up the petrol, you buy gas, and you put rims on the car. I mean, what's 50 million after that? So I mean, I listen, that's part of the game, whether you guys want to accept that or not. And I mean, A-side slut talk, it's a real thing, and it's pertinent for boxing. We need that, just like we need race and boxing. It's all what fuels the sport. But I think EJ showed that he won it. But in my opinion, I think this fight gonna be a draw. If you ask me, it's either gonna be a draw or Earl probably gonna win.
Yeah, I got
Great
so
call,
much.
Mr.
I got
Sims.
so many issues. Like, first of all, what was that shit you said about Crawford in the beginning of the first call about him not wanting it more for what? I don't know, man. Could you bring it up? This is why I like to cut people off.
Yeah, no, and I have no problem, Ness. And like I said, I'll pay for the time. So let's talk. I felt like Earl is more focused on the fight itself. Bud is more focused on the
Yo,
accomplishment.
hold that
of the
thought.
fight.
Hold that thought. Shout out to Jonathan for comprehending how conversation's supposed to work.
Listen, man, I'm not getting in the middle of two grown man situation, but I appreciate it.
No, I'm just saying, like, in reality, Ness just sat there quiet, and now he's making you repeat yourself because he didn't want you to go off or some shit. But like, bro, if y'all don't want us to talk, I feel like people should just counterpunch. Like, you know, some people like that. Some people just want to get it off their chest. But go ahead, Jonathan.
Well, we all know the tone J-Mac come with, and he got a busy lifestyle. But again, I'm not getting in the middle of that, but I appreciate the compliment. So yeah, Ness, I just think, like I said, Bud has focused more on what this fight will be far as achievement versus what he needs to do in the ring to get to that point.
But how can you not take that as fuel for the fire? So I want to accomplish something. I physically go out my way on this episode to say, nah, this is the biggest fight of my career. I'm not going to let you say you beat me. I'm going to say you beat me. How could you interpret that any other way? You talking about, nah, he doing it because of the accomplishments. No, he doing it because he want to say, I beat you, motherfucker.
Absolutely. But in comparison to Earl, right? We're not just saying in general, we're saying in comparison to his adversary, who's spoken more about what he needs to do in the ring, such as breaking Crawford, showing that why he's levels above Crawford. He's not really talking about what he gains after
That's just
beating
one man
Crawford.
giving you the game plan. You know why he's not talking about what he gains from after beating Crawford? Because in his mind, he really don't gain nothing because he already told you in this episode, I am the A-side. I am the big fish. I am the big dog. I put asses in seats. What you talking about?
He gains now more towards his legacy as a boxer versus a money grab guy, I guess. So I'm not saying that Crawford doesn't want it, but I just think in comparison to Earl has shown that this fight is very important to him versus what this fight will yield for him.
Well,
which is something Bud hasn't yet to experience, according to Spence, as far as financially.
They both got the same pressure, man. They both got the same pressure. Like, you got to remember, Earl is the one worried about social media. He's also the one. He's also the one with more friends on social media, and by that I mean he got the fucking Dallas Cowboys watching. He invited them to the game. He the one that care about social media. He the one blocking dudes and being emotional over social media. So don't give me that shit.
Yeah.
But Sims,
but that could fuel him. Some people work really well under pressure. So
Sims,
you can't give it to me the other way then, right? So like, you know, Bud got the same pressure too then, right? His son said he come into the fight when that fight was happening no matter what. You know, Bud's father is more involved in his life, so he's trying to prove a point. And sometimes that stuff like that can backfire. Who was it? Rashidi Ellis trainer came on here and was like, man, Rashidi really wanted that fight. He came to training every day with his kids. as if that was supposed to win the fight, as if that meant he trained the right way. All that meant was he was being a good father by involving his kids in his work resume. So look what Boots did to that same opponent. Does that mean Boots didn't work hard? Does that mean Boots didn't bring his to the gym? So like I don't know. I'm not seeing that, Ness. I'm not seeing that. What I'm seeing is I just think that I think what's going to help tip this over is the training aspect as well. Like, I think Derek is mentally and physically more sharper than Bomac.
Well, one thing you got to remember too, man, is that these programs, like the narrative, like the same way we got the runner of the title for this show, the narrative was, I'm the A side, I'm the big fish. So the way the narrative is going to paint it is that Earl Spence, I'm focused on, like you said, mouths to feed. I'm a big business. I'm signing autographs. I'm a bigger deal. And then they have kind of like, they got Terrence Crawford framed as less focused on the financial aspect. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's the way the narrative of the show was supposed to be written. And they cut the verbiage in the clips that way. So,
Yeah, they did. They did a hell of a job, though. They definitely did a hell of a job on the two videos. And I think we all as fans can appreciate the promotion and everything that this fight has given us. And, I heard the bell. And I got you. I think I'm 2 or maybe 3 in. I got J-Mac too, if in case he want to come back. But I just want to say, I'm glad what this fight is offering. I'm glad, Ness, for the work that you're putting in to provide us an opportunity to talk about it and express herself. But I had Danny for the dub in the earlier argument today, and that's my call.
I mean, and everybody's entitled to an opinion. You feel me?
How much I owe you?
Nah, you straight, man. You straight. Yeah, man, everybody's entitled to an opinion, but when we talk about training, we just got to consider that, like J-Mac said, Crawford's the cleaner fighter. Crawford never put anything in his body. He's been very B-Hop-like in telling us that throughout his career. So has his trainer. Crawford also has never been through anything as traumatic as Earl Spence. So when we talk about the training, we got to consider that. Also, we got to consider Crawford has never had weight issues. So when we talk about the training, we got to consider that. Earl's been in pre-camp for a long time. You know what I'm saying? His body could be tired. You got to consider that. He had to go to pre-camp to get the weight off that has always been an issue. I mean, just the other day when Frank fought Michelle, everybody thought he was fat in December. You know what I mean? So let's just remember that one man always looks ready to go. J-Mac, counterpunch. J-Mac. Got to unmute, champ.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Let's speaking of context and comprehension. Comprehension is I don't call in to go back and forth. That starts my timer. Our conversation started off. I asked him about my name. He said my time was starting. My time was ticking. Ness has always ran my timer. Danny needs to learn his callers. I don't call in to go back and forth with you niggas. I listen to you niggas talk. When I get my call in, I want to spend my money on how I want to do my call. So context and comprehension, it seemed like you need to learn your callers. Like Jonathan said, I don't call in to go back and forth with y'all. Y'all argue on the show all day. I'm not calling to argue. I'm not calling to change my opinion. My opinion is my fucking opinion. That's my counterpunch.
Well, all right. All right.
I mean, last I checked, we give everybody a free call. So, appreciate the counterpunch. That's why I waited till he was done. But yeah, if it's a free call, callers, learning, whatever, I'm talking. You get what I'm saying? If I have a question about your call, I'm finna talk. You get what I'm saying? I'll give you an extra 10, 15, 20 seconds. But on the free call, because let's get it right. That's what it is. Free call. Everybody get one. 1 3-minute, 1 round. That's what Nuts give y'all. Been doing that.
Let me mix it up. We've been on Discord for a minute. I'm going over to Tim on our landline, 1-425-569-5241. Okay, Tim. Treese in Toledo, Ohio.
Yo.
Yo.
Yeah, what up, though? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you had going on with that call before. That shit was crazy. But but yeah, what's going on? I just wanted to say what's going on, man. Shout out to Danny. Got the link
Trees,
with
where
him
you
at
go?
At the fight and shit on Saturday.
Oh man, and
What
fell
up?
off. You got it. You
Nah,
got
we
work
here.
call, son. 5, 4, 3,
Nah, we here, Trees.
2. Nino on Twitter. Hold on, Nino. Hold on. Looks like we're gonna have to.
For sure.
And you should be straight. Nino on Twitter. Gotta unmute. There you go.
Yo, you can hear me, all three of y'all?
Loud and clear.
Yo, you can hear me?
Yeah, I hear
Oh,
you.
shit,
I don't think Ness hear you.
Yeah, no, that was my fault. Okay, what's up, Nino?
Yeah, for sure, man. I ain't even gonna piggyback off them other callers. I'm a little bit weird, I ain't even gonna lie. But about this whole Spence Crawford shit, man, the all access, I was watching it, and it just seemed like they were showing Earl a little bit more love on that motherfucker, man.
I
Like,
mean,
I think
he the Showtime fighter.
Yeah, I get it. But I'm just saying, from my perspective, like I felt like it was going a little bit back and forth on the first one. On this one, it felt like it was an all Earl episode. Like, nigga, it felt like Crawford ain't get on that bit till like 12, 15 minutes. You know what I mean? But from the whole all access shit, I don't really care about none of that shit. Like, I seen a little interview going around Twitter talking about Earl, talking about Terrence, about what he wanted and how they got to flip a coin and all this other shit. Bro, it is what it is, dog. Like, nigga, I just wanted to see the fight. I ain't no manager. I ain't no fanager. So I ain't even finna get on here and argue about none of that shit because I ain't had nothing to do with it. But about the all access shit, I was gonna add, I seen Terrence Crawford. I forgot what interview it was on, but I seen he don't never like speaking on getting shot in the head and shit, man. I thought they was gonna put that in there. I just talked to somebody in the little on the conference and shit about it.
I feel like it's on his HBO special, like the 2 day with a fight. I think he talked about it. I know for sure. I learned about it on HBO.
They might have said
I don't know where.
Same.
Yeah, is there
same.
another episode before the fight, or is it just coming after?
Nah,
No, that's
Danny
it,
said
that's
it. It's only an epilogue now after the fight.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, dog. And he don't never talk about getting shot in his head, dog. I know it might be some mental shit. You feel me? I ain't never been shot before, so I ain't
It was a
just say he
dice
should
game,
just
right?
speak
Wasn't
on
it a
shit.
dice game? I feel like it was a dice game. He won
Yeah,
in
he
dice,
was.
and then
He was
got
shooting dice.
And when he went to pick up the money, they hit him in the back of the head.
Yo,
Not hit him, but
so I'm not
hit
trying
him.
to make excuses. I'm not trying to make excuses, but because obviously people talk about Arrow stuff, but that shit was like so recent in comparison to like Bud.
Yeah,
like
Bud
the
was a
the
kid, not a kid, but he was young.
He was either still an amateur or just getting started with his pro career. So that was so many fights ago, so many
he
years
just
ago.
got started.
Yeah, but I don't think people bring it up to say like, you know, that he's overcoming the way Earl did. I think people bring it up like Fat said, you know, it's relatable to the inner city. And if they use him, it's like 50. It's like 50.
Dog,
you know, 9
that's what
shots
I
couldn't
brought,
stop me. You feel me? And that's how he marketed himself. And that's what people are saying. Like, he should bring it up more because there's a whole gang of people that would associate with him. But it could be the Andre Ward in him. Remember, him and Ward is super tight. And Ward is clean cut. Maybe him and Ward had that conversation. Like, bro, you don't need to go that route. That's your past. Let your accomplishments be your future. You never know, because him and Ward airtight.
Yeah, facts, man. Before I get out of here, I'm definitely going Bud by stoppage. But I ain't one of them fans who would be like, oh, Earl ain't got no chance of winning and all
Damn,
this
you going
shit.
stoppage, huh? On his biggest fight. You think he going to keep the streak. Nice.
Yeah, dog, I fuck with Bud a long way, dog. I've been watching a couple fights. It ain't nothing changed. I'm not one of them people who gonna be like, oh, Earl been out the ring 15 months, so I can't pick him and all. Like, I'm not one of them guys, bro. Like, just watch the film, pick who you want to. And I'm picking Bud by stoppage. But like I just said, if Spence win, I'm not one of them people who gonna be like, oh, that shit was cheating. PBC want to keep the belts. Like, the best man gonna win that night. whoever it is.
I mean, you
But I'm
can't
going
really
Bud
say
by
that.
top.
You can't really say that till you see that. Like, if I see some weird shit, we got to see that it ain't no weird
Oh
shit.
yeah, of course. Like if it's some roly shit or something, then we gonna speak on it. But I'm not expecting that in this type of fight. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna take up too much time, man. Y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All three of y'all stay safe, man. I'm out of here.
I got
Appreciate the call.
Avery Jones. With
Yo, is Treese still there? Because I heard Treese. heard Treese. You the only one that ain't hear him.
I
Is
hear
he
him.
still there?
Oh yeah, yeah, he's there. Let me get to him after these super chats. We got Avery Jones, $2. He said, "Bud is not Sweet Pea or Floyd. He gets hit. Stop it." Avery Jones back with another one, back to back, like Meek Mill. No, that's Drake. He said, Bud said he didn't need this fight for legacy. Laugh out loud. Yeah, that was in the build-up. That was before they actually had a deal. Let's stop playing real quick. I got Jaime Nieto with his third super chat. He says, $5. Shout out to J-Mac. I'm with him. I said from the jump, Bud stops Earl. Earl too flat-footed, robotic, gets hit too much. Bud is too versatile with more ways to win. Jay Billy been a member for 2 months on that champ level. I gotta remind you, I hope you paid attention. I posted it on the members. I posted it on Patreon. The episode is out. I gave a winning parlay 3-leg. Yo, and I'm so mad because fucking Rodriguez ruined my 5-leg parlay, which I was gonna win big on that too. He got the knockout. We didn't expect that, but shout out to my Jamaican brethren. I'm just saying, shout out to all my members that rock out with me. You should have made money. Your membership should be free. You know what I'm saying? I always give you winners. Like, everybody could talk all that shit, how good they are. My members make money week after week. Whenever I don't miss, let's be real. We all know I took some time off and I missed. So, you know, I was able to come back and give you a winner. And it's funny because Danny said, yo, I gave a winning parlay. Honestly, Danny, by the time you sent your shit, I was already done with the episode, so I ain't even know. So
that's false, bro, because you called me. You called me and you was like, bro, I'm about to do the betting show.
It's
I know
not
you
false.
on your way to Detroit.
Champ, it's not false. You can look at the time
So
you
you
text
didn't call
me.
Yeah, but you had called me before that, bro.
I know, but when you text me your picks, I was done with the show. Why do you love to argue? Jay Billy, member for 2 months.
I'm just saying you asked me for my picks before that, and
for
you
2
had them,
months.
brother.
Shout
That's all.
out Ness
You
and
just
Danny.
forgot. You know, it's all good. People
putting
forget.
in
I forget shit all
motherfucking
the
work.
time.
3 gorilla emojis. Danny always angry. We going to Jaime Nieto. This is 4th super chat in a row. $5. I feel Bud needs a KO. Extremely decisive win to get the decision. No way PBC letting those belts leave. As long as we waited, hope judges aren't a factor. What do you guys think about that? That's the obvious elephant in the room that everybody always thinks. They always think big fight, robbery. That's legitimately the reason that I picked draw in the first Wilder Fury fight. I said this fight is so big, the rematch is bigger, which I was right. The rematch was bigger, and I was also right. The draw was the pick. I made hella money, and I think Danny did the same in the Canelo Triple G, right?
Yes, sir. The first one. It's funny because, you know, I told somebody I'm doing something similar for this one.
I think the only way I have an issue with the judges or even the refereeing is if you got the chicken special. You know what I mean? You get the Robert Byrd as the referee and Adelaide Byrd as the judge. If that's in play, that shit, I'm definitely, you know, something's wrong. But as long as neither one of them is involved, we should be straight. I don't really have any issues or concerns with the officiating.
I know we got Treese next, but sorry, Treese. $5 Cash App cuts the line. Nino, the big boss.
Yo, you can hear me again?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, I just wanted to punch back in real quick because I was listening back to the earlier shit. But with Crawford, bro, I feel like I like the first episode of Crawford and the second, dog. It felt like Crawford real goddamn confident, bro. It's like Crawford be saying shit like, I'm gonna win, I'm gonna be next undisputed, I'm gonna beat you. Like, I ain't heard this nigga say, I might win or hopefully I win. Every time he talk about the fight, this nigga like, yo, I'm gonna win that shit. And that's another reason why I picked Crawford, dog. It ain't just because of that. It's like, nigga, that energy. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, I'm going to be undisputed again. Nigga, like, I already did this. I'm coming up and I'm finna do it again. Like, and about this Earl shit, man. We Bud was breaking this shit down on $1 million a game, dog. I feel like neither one of them just beat no great fighter at 47, dog. I might be, and I'm only 26, so I might be a little, you feel me, a little biased. I'm a little young. It ain't like I was glued to the TV watching Sean Porter and Thurman and shit like that. I was watching other shit. So I'm just now getting back into the sport like a couple years ago. So
I mean, it's going to depend on what you define as great. I mean, Sean
that's
Porter,
what I feel like. They the only two ones up there that's great, in my opinion. I feel like everybody else was just pretty good, in my opinion.
I'm just
that's
saying,
just
I
me,
don't
though.
know. I don't know that you could call Sean Porter just pretty good when he becomes a two-time an IBF and WBC welterweight champion in this era where we had the Timothy Bradleys, the Devin Alexanders, the Manny Pacquiaos, the Floyds, the Earls, the Crawfords, Keith. I mean, yo, I ain't saying he great, but I ain't saying he not great either. To be a two-time welterweight division has always been the most glorious division. Has always been the best division. That's where Leonard fought, Hagler fought, Hearns fought.
Yeah.
Like, bro,
I just
welterweight, it's hard to do that. It's hard to do that two times.
Yeah, I just wouldn't put Porter there because I don't see Porter beating no real top dog. Like, he got Danny and Ugas, but other than that, dog, Porter ain't really beat none of them guys.
Ugas beat Pacquiao.
That was the old Pacquiao, Ness. You know that, man.
The one that Thurman couldn't beat. I wanted Thurman to beat him.
That was a close fight, though.
That
was a close fight,
he
though.
He couldn't beat him. He got dropped.
Oh, no.
I ain't
That's
want
why
that
I wish
to happen.
Earl would have got to him. I wish Earl would have got to him,
Fucking
man.
Thurman,
But,
man. Thurman, man. He my biggest disappointment. Yeah. I used to say he was gonna be better than Floyd because he had that mouthpiece. If he could have just kept winning with that mouth, come on, look at everything Al did for him.
Yeah, and I feel like if one of them would have got Thurman, that would have been their best win other than like Sean Porter or something. But when I break down the resume, bro, I don't really see nobody great on them, both of them at 47. That's just me, though. But I got to go back and watch
again, great is difficult to, we going to have to find a definition for great. Like, what's the actual Webster's?
I feel like we looking at it on the 29th, dog. I feel like we got the two
I'm
great.
Looking it up.
I think Keith could have been in that convo, but he fell out the convo now. Now we got a Boots coming up and shit. Stan Jonas right there. We gonna see who great out of them. We thinking it's Boots. But you know what I'm saying, man? It's a lot of shit going on, dog. We right down the road. I'm ready for this Ford anyway shit. But about this Crawford fight, dog, I'm so hype about it. It's hella bro, we've been talking about this shit for a minute now, dog, and we still juicing off this shit. Ain't nobody tired of it. And that's what I like to see. I'm ready to see these numbers on it, bro. See what they could do together. But that's all I got, man. I ain't gonna take up too much time. I'm out of here, dog.
Yo, so it's probably unfair to just use the Webster's Dictionary for the definition of great because it's not in context, right? But if we do, and we try to put that in a context, just about anybody maybe could be considered great. Let's see. The first definition, right, says of an extent, amount, intensity, considerably above the normal or average. And they give you an example, and it says the article was of great interest. So Sean Porter is obviously considerably above normal or average. Why? Because we might never get that style again. He's like Margarito. And we could take what we want from Margarito because of the hand wraps, but we ain't never getting that style again. A man that comes forward and throws punches. We ain't getting Sean again. Sean's athleticism, his agility, the fact that he came up in football, all that showed. His angles that he created. We ain't getting Sean again. He's above average. He's above normal. Yeah.
See, I think that right now you're describing simply how great Sean is. But, bro, when I look at greatness, and especially based off the definition you just read, it's as simple as him becoming world champion. because the average Joe does not. I mean, when we look at the welterweight division
That is true,
and notable
Danny.
guys, how many guys become world champions?
But that's true. But you got to consider, because he becomes champion, there's others. So now everyone can't be great. Now you got to factor in the person that became a two-time, and now you got to factor in the one that became unified and the one that became undisputed.
And that's what I'm saying. I think that now you're just talking about how great, because
greater, better, more than, accomplish more. All that is part of being great. So it's like, yeah, Sean's great, but Earl or Crawford could be greater.
There's levels of greatness.
Absolutely.
Right. I was just saying that to say that I don't think people should question whether or not Sean Porter was a great fighter.
And that's a fact, Danny.
So then,
yes, things may be a bit subjective. Like, cool, they may not think he was as great as say Errol Spence or whoever, right? But I don't think, especially based off the definition you just read, I don't think people can deny him being a great fighter.
Not to mention this, I wanted to go a little bit further. If you say, what are better words for great? Brilliant. Well, to me, Sean Porter's style is brilliant. Exceptional. He was an exceptional fighter because he was above ordinary to me.
See, I think exceptional is like damn near a step above great.
I mean, to me, but listen to me. To me, he was that, and let me tell you why. I'm on audio saying he's the test. If you could beat Porter, you show us, because he's such a dog. He's always in shape. You never got to question Porter being not in shape until this last fight, obviously, with everything fucking Ken said. But, we never questioned if Sean was in shape. And Sean was winning that fight. Ken could have said what he said to take the fall for his son like any good dad. But Sean was the test, the true test. That man, again, exceptional conditioning. It was the next word, amazing. And the last one is marvelous, and maybe that's a stretch, but again, his style. Who can we compare his style to, and when is it gonna come again? So yeah, he probably had a marvelous style because it's unique. It's a one-off. We'll never fucking see it again, unfortunately. I love that style. He tested everybody, and those that couldn't pass the test lost. And look, man, I don't know, whatever. I'm done. He beat a champ too, in Devin. He beat Danny, which was a former champ. I think that's a great win. You can't, like, two-time. If we giving Pedraza credit for being a two-time, then what about Sean for doing it in the toughest division? But I'm moving on. I got a $5 super chat from Jaime Nieto. That's another one. Shout out to J-Mac. I'm with him. I said from the jump, Bud stops Earl. Earl too flat for... Did I read this? Fucking hell, I did. All right. We read J. Billy. All right. We got Jaime Nieto, which is another one. He says, I feel Bud needs a KO extremely. We said that. Chickarelli, $5 super chat, says, Showtime bias to PBC fighters. They focus on Spence in episode 2, and I can't believe you're comparing fake-ass scripted wrestling to boxing. Shaking my head. Laughing out loud with tears of joy. Rolling on the floor laughing. Yeah, I mean, you got to compare it to box. That's what they need. They need more WWE in boxing.
Bro. But not just that, like, fucking Arrow compared it to NBA players and shit. You get what I'm saying? Like, totally different sport, a team sport at that, first and foremost, a team. Like, there's always going to be comparisons, I don't see why competing is a question. Like, Hulk Hogan, what he did required skill, it required athleticism. And like Hulk Hogan and like any other athlete, they have their primes. I was the biggest John Cena guy during his prime. All the fucking headbands and armbands and the jean shorts that really was lame as hell. but he was in his prime, and he let off that influence on so many people like myself.
Yeah, a few bars too though.
B-Lo, Champ.
Did have a few bars. Yo, and he exposed, who the fuck did he expose? You remember that? I mean, when The Rock, bro, that was like his turning point. When he exposed The Rock live on TV, that was the turning point for his career, I feel like.
I got B-Lo, Champ, on a member status. It's $5 super chat. He says, watch the Joseph Vincent documentary, Bud, on YouTube. He goes in depth and has clips of him talking about getting shot by a stray bullet after a dice game. Shout out B-Lo. We got Supermax with a $2 super chat.
Bro, you saying one is fake and one isn't, stupid comeback, but yet you still got to be in shape. There's still levels to it. Like, as fake as that shit is, not everybody on the same fucking playing field. You
and
know what
not
I'm saying?
everybody could become a wrestler.
Rey Mysterio been doing this shit since before I got kicked out of Catholic school in 2nd grade. Like, I've been watching Rey Mysterio since I was at a Catholic school in 2nd fucking grade. So it's like there's a level of skill required. There's a level of athleticism required. Fake or not, they still suffer through injuries. Like, I'm really confused.
I got Supermax that says Crawford only one that said losing crosses his mind. Come on, everybody. If you don't think about losing, you ain't got no drive to win.
That's what I'm saying. That's supposed to be afraid. You're supposed to be afraid of it.
That's a shirt, man. We need to get a Boxing Voice shirt made right there. Boston Jared on that champ level. $5 super chat says strength of opposition isn't captured in that definition. Can't use it to define greatness in the sport of boxing specifically. I don't know, champ. We used multiple words there that pretty much define Sean Porter. And again,
bro,
if you consider, go ahead.
It just bothers me, bro, because shit like this, there's so many things that only apply to boxing, and I don't fucking get why. Why does that only apply to boxing? Like, when we look up quarterbacks QBR, they ain't basing it off of who the fuck they was going up against, what corners, what secondaries, what defense. Like, none of that shit. It's what the fuck you accomplished, right? It's what you accomplished. How many passes you completed, how many passes you attempted, how many touchdowns you threw, how many So it's the same shit. Like, when we see LeBron's stat line of how many points he averages in a season, well, this year Kevin Durant was hurt, so he only guarded him for one of their three. Like, nobody looking at that. People nitpick and fuck with this sport so much. Same shit. Somebody, and I'm not saying that they was necessarily wrong in what it adds to the sport, but somebody was like, yeah, we need raised bait in the sport. Why the fuck? Why in other sports it ain't as prevalent as it is in
That was Jonathan Sims.
Whoever, why is it, bro? The only sport that I think race plays a bigger factor is international football.
You mean soccer?
Yeah, but I'm saying I feel like it's worse on an international level. So when you have the countries playing each other, I feel like it comes out more than regular teams or clubs playing each other. But I'm just saying, bro, it's so many things that, it gotta be this way, or no, this don't apply, but it apply for everything else, all the other sports. Like, come on, man, this shit just kind of whack sometimes.
I got Jaime Nieto back with another $5. Let me see what we got here. We got drop a bomb for that, man. $5 super chat says, I think the term great gets thrown around too loosely, just like the duck term. Not talking about Sean. If he's considered great, he's real close. Excuse me, if he's not considered great, he's real close. Yeah, I mean, again, two-time in the welterweight division. Can it be argued that Danny is great? Maybe it can argue that he's not, because while he did what he did at the 40, well, technically he did win a welterweight title. I mean, technically he won that welterweight title. But again, there's context in that. I don't know. I guess it is very subjective per fighter, basis kind of thing. Let's see here. We got Ronnie in Phoenix.
Good morning, Jim. How you guys doing?
Oh, we're good. And yourself?
Top of the morning.
I'm good, man. Working. Hot out here, man.
It's like
man, in regards to
128
the
out
show,
there.
I'm in Phoenix, bro. I work construction, so I'm sweating my eyes off out here, man. What's it called? You guys got about the same weather there in Vegas, though, so I mean, I can't really complain, but I'm out here in the motherfucking sun doing this shit, man.
I think y'all got it worse, bro. I
show.
think y'all got it worse. I ain't gonna lie. I got peoples in Phoenix, and bro, I've been praying. Like it's bad out there.
Yeah, but it's getting to like I think it's getting to 117 in Vegas this week, bro.
Yeah, for sure. But like
on Saturday, bro.
You hot.
Yeah, Phoenix.
But,
Phoenix
in
is
regards to the
usually
show,
like 5 to
I caught
10
it
degrees
real
hotter.
quick.
But go ahead, my guy.
Oh no, go ahead. I think we're overlaying each other, bro.
You good?
Yeah, in regards to the show, right, I didn't really catch it that good. I was watching it, but I was taking care of my daughter. It was early in the morning. I was catching a replay of it. I did kind of notice what another caller said about they didn't show a lot of it. It seemed like it was mostly all about Arrow. I didn't really catch a whole lot from Terrence. In regards to this great conversation, I agreed with the super chat that came in last about that word does get thrown around a lot. I like Sean Porter. I don't know if we're going to be talking about Sean Porter 10, 20 years from now as a great though. Did he have a great style? Hell yeah, he did. You know what I'm saying? Was he always fun to watch? Did he do things in the sport? Yes, he did. But I like the other caller said, I think we use that word great too loosely nowadays, man.
I don't want to take your call because you only got 3 minutes, but I strongly disagree. We remember Emmanuel Augustus 20 years, 30 years later just because he fought Mayweather and he had the drunken style. He didn't. I don't remember him winning a world title. Fucking Sean won 2 world titles at welterweight. So if we're gonna remember Augustus, we're gonna remember Sean.
I think we also need to separate. A lot of times we hear greatness and people think, oh, he's the greatest, right? So you can be great and not be the greatest, you know. But again, I think that is so subjective.
Teddy Atlas brought up Augustus on Friday Night Fights before, and on ESPN. I mean, his name may not be mentioned frequently, but it's brought up. People remember him. He's not forgotten.
Well, he had good fights. He fought Ward too, right? He didn't fight fucking Floyd.
And so did Sean. That's what I'm saying. Sean had good fights. And if Earl wins, how could we forget Sean? How could Earl become undisputed?
I'm not saying that Sean's not great. I just don't know if we're going to be talking about him amongst the all-time greats in 10, 15, 20 years from now. His name won't be compared to Roy. I can promise you that.
But
His name won't be compared to
what
Roy.
I'm saying, bro. Like, it's not always supposed to. Like, there's a big difference from being great and being considered one of the greatest.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
bro, Carmelo Anthony was a great NBA player, a great one. Never won shit in the NBA, but he was a great NBA player. Are we going to be comparing Carmelo to Jordan and LeBron 20 years from now? Probably not. Is he still great? Yes. Is he one of the greatest? No. So,
thank you, Danny.
Guys, before we move on, I gotta get up out of here right quick.
It. Go ahead, champ. Do your thing.
Listen,
I mean, appreciate you, bro. Go ahead.
Nah, thanks for having me, fellas. Anybody, man, check me out on Instagram, King Amina Vet 61, King Amina Vet 61 on Twitter, Championship Rounds on YouTube, and of course here on the motherland, the Boxing Voice. If we doing anything later, fellas, I'm on it.
Let's do it. 7 p.m. Eastern. We got Professor on Discord.
No, trees, shit, bro,
trees. My bad, trees. Yo, that's what happens, man. Shit like that happens around, you know what I mean?
No, I got you, champ.
Trees. You alive?
Yo,
what up?
Hello?
What up?
Yo, what up? I'm forgetting. Let's blame it on the hard D. We're gonna call it a stunt. That's a good promotion right there.
Word.
But what's going on? I just want to say what's going on and shit. What up, Danny? Shout out to you. Seeing you at the fight.
What up, champ?
Appreciate you and shit. Linking up with me. Hell yeah. That shit was dope. That fight was dope.
Yeah, shout out to Tree. Shout out to my guy, the TSA guy. Bro, so many people showed love in Detroit. I just want to say what's up, man. Definitely appreciate it. And I got to chop it up with Treese a good 20 minutes or so. That was dope, man.
Yeah, that was dope. Yeah. And like I was saying, I like the Masonic Temple venue in Detroit. That shit pretty dope. I like how the seating, how it's set up and whatnot. It feel like you at like a theater or an opera.
Great venue. Great venue. Not a bad seat in the house.
Yeah, that shit dope. I like that a lot. But I just want to I like it on that all access, you feel me, that dancing shoes topic that Derrick James made about the Mon Dudes. I thought that shit was pretty funny to start off the show. I thought that shit was just, I'm like, damn. He clown, he gonna bring damn, you talking about mama type shit. But I thought that shit was funny.
Bro, and then it's
Frank
funny
Martin,
enough that
Go
in
ahead.
that same episode, Bud in the gym dancing, and Bomac like, I bet you won't do that in the ring with Earl. I bet you won't do that with Earl.
Yeah, that shit funny to me, man. I feel like they was covering quite a bit of Earl though, but my uncle was saying something about like he feel like Earl been in like with this type of all access and all this type of promotion that they've been doing and with all this exposure, he feel like it's giving like Earl an edge, not an edge in the fight, but like just mentally in general, because Terrence, this is not what Bud do. You feel me? He don't do all this promotion. He don't do all these all access. We don't see this much of his life all like that. You feel me? He just feel like Earl could be used to this, and that's something that could play into the fight. You feel me? Like this could be a little bit mental pressure on Bud. Like when he get into the ring, like damn, with all the lights, like this is like the biggest fight of his life. Like I get that Porter fight was big and whatnot, but this shit here is different. I feel like this shit gonna be different. I don't know, but it's just my uncle was just saying that's something to think about. Me and uncle was just talking about this shit and whatnot. So, but I want to see Bumgarner fight Serrano in New York. We throwing that out there. I want to see Frank Martin fight De Los Santos, or the winner of the Isak Cruz and the Cabrera fella. I want to see that. You feel me? That'd be a cool fight for Frank Martin. I'm just throwing these topics out here. I feel like Fulton gonna beat up in a way. I hope so. I hope he go to Japan and take that shit over. And yeah, y'all know what the fuck going on. August 26th, man. Jared Anderson, the real big baby, man. The future heavyweight champ of the world. You know what the fuck going on. Shout out TBV, man. Shout out Ness. Shout out Danny. Y'all be cool, man.
Shout out to Tree. Shout out to Toledo. Shout out to Detroit. Always great being in the Midwest. I've had a lot of love. These last couple weeks being out in Toledo for Jared's fight, Detroit for Alicia's fight. And then even Chicago, I went to a local card here, was able to interview Olivia Curry, was able to talk to Kenny Sims. So shout out to the Midwest, man. A lot of noise being made in boxing. I love the Serrano fight for Alicia, though. I love the Giovanni Cabrera fight for Frank Martin, even though Giovanni's in tough next week against Pitbull Cruz. We'll definitely have a close eye on that one.
Why are you talking Giovanni? Why are you talking Giovanni for Frank?
Because Tree said that he would like to see Serrano and Alicia next. He would like to see Giovanni for Frank next. And he said that he would love to see Fulton handle Inoue next week.
Yeah, we talked about Serrano and Alicia next. I think that's the biggest fight for Serrano. I don't know that the Katie Taylor fight is there now that Katie lost to Cameron, right? Didn't Cameron beat her? Yeah, so if Cameron beat her, Katie probably wants that rematch, which leaves Serrano without a dancer opponent, which, opens the door for her and Bumgarner,
my apologies. I had to take a call. But, yeah, Chantel did beat Amanda. That was at 40, though, right?
Probably, maybe to keep
or not Amanda, Katie. I'm sorry.
to keep Katie with her titles, but is she not going to go for the rematch? I'm sure there's more money in that rematch. That was a domestic. It was hometown. She's got to avenge that. But they might swerve her in another direction to give her one, because they always try to do that. Is AJ that didn't want to take those tune-ups. But let me get back on track. Professor, you up?
TBV was good.
What up?
I just want to say, man, from what I got from the All Access, it's a lot of narrative pushing and it's a lot of narrative continuance. Of course, Errol is the house fighter, so I can see how people took from it, oh, Errol wanted more. But at the end of the day, when we look at both of their careers, we look at how Errol was in November when we seen that picture of him when they were supposed to fight. He was big as a house. I feel like when we look at both of their careers, Terrence Crawford has proven to be the more focused fighter, the more just more prepared overall. So it's cool. I mean, and it's good. It does seem like he is taking it serious, but you taking it serious now that camp is here. Bud been ready. Bud been sitting, waiting. He been active, and it's time. On July 29th, after the fight, you know what I'm doing this? I'm going to McDonald's and I'm ordering a filet of fish. You know what I'm saying? Bud and 8. And for all this talk of on the A side, he holding it. Oh, I'm A side this, A side that. The nigga sure complain a lot for being an A side about a coin toss or Bud wouldn't let me take a tune-up. So once again, that's more of that narrative pushing because they went so hard all these years about Errol being the A side, but now it come to light. Errol, you don't really seem like the A side. I mean, he might be the A side on a minor scale, but for how they was talking, you seem to be complaining a lot. You seem to be having an issue with this and this and that. I thought you was the A side. When Floyd was the A side, here, take this contract or get the fuck out my face. When Tank was the A side, either take this rehydration clause or get the fuck out my face. That's what the A side is. But that's all I got to say. Peace out.
All right, champ. Thanks for calling in.
I think that those were A-side anomalies, though, champ. Like Floyd to give somebody 1.5 million and he making 30.
Word. He gave Vic 2.5. Even Guerrero got low numbers. Like, Floyd he was blessing you with the opportunity, never with the crazy life-changing money.
But he's saying that only, he used Floyd and Tank as examples of A-sides, but it's like, brother, regardless, every fight that take place, there's an A-side, there's a B-side. Very, very rarely do we have anomalies like Tank and Floyd who is able to you do what I say type of deal. And honestly, Floyd was there. We got to see Tank be there against other big names, but he's been there thus far. He's been like that thus far, but those are anomalies. There's still going to be A-sides and B-sides regardless of the stardom of those guys.
For sure. And during that call, we were playing our promo video for our lead sponsor, Kenichi Beer. Head on over to www.kenichibeer.com. That's KENICHIBEAR.com. Use the code TBV. Remember, even if you already got a set of headphones, these make excellent stocking stuffers, great gifts. Give them to your girl on Valentine's, to your kids, because these double as gaming headsets. So if you have a Facebox, oh my God. If you have an Xbox or a PS5 or something like that, you can also use these to double as gaming headsets, even for your computer. Danny wears these religiously every time he's on the show, even when he travels. As you can see, we aren't recommending something that we don't use ourselves and that we don't believe in. Don't forget the proceeds do go to the amateur that started this company so that he can get to all his amateur fights. And remember, every purchase, TBV gets a little kickback, helping us remain here on the air and helping me not lose any co-hosts. For those that have obviously been here throughout the years, that's been an issue. And we want to keep Danny around here, who's actually great at being a co-host and boots on the ground. He was just at the Alicia Baumgartner fight, getting all the inside info and behind the scenes footage that you can find on youtube.com/The Boxing Voice, where you should be subscribed with those notifications clicked, because we're trying to reach goals here. We need 1 million subscribers. What I mean?
I just want to throw out there, like my Alicia interview, you ain't gonna see anywhere else because that was a one-on-one. Shit, my Tony Harrison interview,
where he told
really
you some breaking news, right? He told you some breaking news pertaining to himself.
News. So that was a one-on-one. My Keith Conley interview. Shout out to Keith, man. Shout out to my Notre Dame guy. Doing great things in the boxing management world. that was a one-on-one. You know, people they ain't even know who Keith was. You know, I'm on it. You know, I'm talking to Keith. So yeah, man, lots of great footage, the Boxing Voice on YouTube.
Keeping the phone lines moving, we got
Yo, and to be honest with you, um, it's some people that they don't really care for me, champ, but it's like, yo, money talk. So, if somebody come with enough money to get me off the show, bro, like y'all like me that much or y'all hate me that much, pay to get me off. You know what I'm saying? Just like if y'all don't want to hear me talk during your call, actually pay for the call. You know what I'm saying?
all right, Danny. JP in Las Vegas. What up?
Yo, you got me?
We got you.
All right. I want to touch. I want to. What up, Danny? I want to
Champ, what up? What
touch
up?
on the. No, you got me?
Yeah, you trying to use Bluetooth, but it's a little bit of feedback. So just try to continue with your call to see if we stop hearing the feedback.
All right, for sure. So I wanted to touch on the athleticism thing that Derek brought up. The brothers on the back call know I said that exact thing a month ago. And the thing about being athletic is it's easily conflated with being good defense. And the analogy I draw to that is that Roy Jones for probably a decade never got touched until that athleticism slightly declined, and then he started getting knocked out left and right. And so I always feel like if what you do defensively is based on athleticism, it could be a slippery slope. Some things I liked in the guys' camp. On Arrow side, I like that it looks like they bring in some science to the table. You see him doing acupuncture. You see him doing the intense stretching. You see him bringing a dietitian in the camp. Something I like on Buzz side that I think is definitely some advantage for him. We all know it's his mother's birthday, so that's definitely some incentive. And he got pops in the camp, and like he said, man, and like all of us can relate to. I don't give a fuck. I'm 41 years old. Man, if my pops was sitting there and my mom's is there, I still want to do good for pops, just like when I was 7 years old on the football field. So Bud said that it brought that point up himself. He want to do well for pops, and I think that's gonna give him some added incentive. I also think Bud running up that goddamn mountain, man, that ain't running straight. That ain't running on a treadmill. That's running outside up incline. I think that's added mental fortitude, and I think is going to pay off in the fight for him. That's going to be something that pays off. One thing I want to bring up to y'all because I don't know. I'm not close enough to boxing to know. It looks like Errol is like slowly coming down the size, and by the time we get there, he'll be there. Bud said he's 5 pounds out right now. Now I know we've all heard the adage of you never want to peak too soon, but it sounds to me like Bud can make the weight in 3 days if he likes. So if y'all could add something to that? Like, is it advantage or disadvantage of being 5 pounds out 2 weeks out from the fight? I want to know. I'm not sure about it. But as far as the coin flip, and Errol has been on record saying, he's not even going to bet Bud. That bet they infamous much money to him just to make the fight happen. The coin flip. This is all showing me that Errol is the one that made all the concessions, even as petty as who's coming out first, which also tells me that he's the one that wanted the fight most. It sounds to me like Bud had not gotten his concessions, he'd have walked away from the fight. Errol said, fuck it, I'm giving up everything you want. I want this fight. Errol could have went to 54. He could have fought numerous people, could have fought Keith Thurman for probably something similar like money. But he said he wanted this fight. He wants it for the glory.
No.
Whoa.
What's
good? What's good? How
audio sound?
Straight.
Alright. Yeah, bro. Watching them the 2 episodes of All Access, bro. We finally coming to everything finally coming to a head, bro. All this arguing, all this shit for the past 5-6 years, something like that. All the talking can stop now, dog. We about to really see what's what. Everybody saying they knew this and they're a professor on boxing with that and all this shit about to come to an end, dog, and I can't wait, bro. I can't wait, dog. And I'm looking at Crawford like Crawford was Crawford. Crawford always had the same demeanor. The difference I seen was they keyed in on Spence and how him and Derrick James, man, I think they gonna mastermind this one, bro. I think him and Derrick gonna mastermind this fight, bro. I think Crawford train. I don't think Crawford doing nothing different that he don't normally do. I think they underestimating this fight, Ness. They know this the biggest fight he admitting all that, but I don't think.
Pull over, champ. Pull over. We losing you. Champ, you breaking up, son. Ugly. Pull over. We losing you.
I'll call back.
All right. We going out to Fats. What up?
Yo.
What up?
What up? That boy Danny always talking about something anomaly. You can only be an anomaly once in a lifetime, brother. Two people can't be an anomaly. Neo is an anomaly in a matrix. It's only
Bro,
one, brother.
and didn't I say Floyd was an anomaly and Tank is on his way? So it's like, what other anomaly have
Can't
you
say
seen
Tank on his
since
way.
you was born?
Tank. Don't put Tank up there. I think you kind of reaching with that one. Tank popular, but we're not gonna sit here and say he on the way to that. You know what I mean? The Mayweather status, can't say that. But
I mean, I said that he's yet to prove it against other big names, but there's no denying that whoever the fuck he's fought thus far has been, egregious differences in their pay. That's all.
yeah, I mean,
But I was saying that to say that you don't have to be an anomaly to be great. So you think that only Floyd, he the only great one? Cause you disagreeing with me.
No, I said anomaly. Don't try to switch it. You good with semantics, but
he is.
on the
Right. But that's what I said. What did I say when I said anomaly? I said that those are great anomalies, but you don't have to be an anomaly to be a great fighter. That's all I was saying. I just wanted to make sure,
No, I get you. I get what you were saying as far as the contract shit. You was right about that, but the word anomaly, you just can't use that for Tank right now. You got to he prove that. I don't think he's gonna be on Mayweather level as far as like boxing, breaking open boxing. I don't think that. But on the All Access shit, hey y'all peep how so Derrick James won't be telling mama don't wear your dancing shoes and all that, but soon as Crawford get him in the room and say what's up, man, he gonna act all nervous and shit. You see how that be working? So I guess next time he see him, he gonna act like Bud was just trying to press him or whatever, man. Them dudes be, I don't know, man. But y'all saw it. Y'all saw what the fuck was going on. But like Nino was saying, I mean, I brought up the Crawford being shot shit. He should bring it up, but I don't know, like experiences like that. That dude, that shit probably make dude mad thinking about that shit. You get what I mean? Like. And some people like that. I know if I had the real bad experience like that, like, yeah, you probably passed it, but just the thought about that shit, bringing that shit up, but bring you to a place you really don't want to be for real. So that's probably why he don't talk about it. But I think that it's funny. Look, hey, that's just funny how so Earl can keep on talking about how he the A side and he do this and he got these belts, but it's funny, but when Devin Haney do it, oh, he can't do this and he ducking and he doing this, but when Spence do it, it's all cool. It's crazy how that shit be working like that. But I think that Bud gonna beat him. I got Bud in the UD. I want to say he gonna stop him, but I just don't agree that when two top level fighters get in there, it's very rare that one of them get knocked out like that. You get what I'm saying? It's usually they get knocked out against somebody you don't expect it, or they get stopped by somebody who you don't expect. This fight, I think, is going to be real close. I do think Bud is in better shape. Dude, eat, sleep, and breathe the sport. Like Earl, like Ness was saying, like Earl been had them weight problems, man. He been had them weight problems. Like it's possible that he could be drained out for this fight, but I ain't gonna make no excuses for him. I wouldn't be shocked if either man win, but I'm definitely riding with Bud. Appreciate the call, Ness.
I mean,
Appreciate
some
you.
people feel it's been Bud with the weight problems as you know, we've seen him struggle. That's documented. HBO they was doing, you know what I'm saying? I think he was at 35 at the time. So, you know, some people look at it, Ness, as, oh, you couldn't make 35, you couldn't make 40, so you've had to go up in weight, versus Arrow, he's been able to maintain his weight and, you know, continue to make 147 pounds. I'm not necessarily saying that, but I do see a lot of people's comments, and, you know, some people feel that way.
Word. I mean, you know, he moved up 2 divisions, but he accomplished things in those divisions. It's not like Barrios where he moved up without accomplishing, you know what I mean? So we got Wheezy. Wheezy. Mike, check. I hear you.
Oh, really? So, like, I'm calling in regarding the prime, the fighters in their prime topic.
Yes.
I felt like, so, yeah, that was like the most interesting thing for me. So, do we agree that on the 29th of July, Spence and Crawford are in their prime on that
For
night?
me, yes, because for me, it's not about age. For me, it's about
So
where
what about
you are in your career.
Okay, I
Yeah,
got another question
I
for
stand
you.
on that same side. I stand on that same side. I believe both fighters will be the best version that they have been of themselves in their career, hence in their prime.
Okay, so is Pretty Boy Floyd prime or is Money May prime? Which is prime Floyd, Pretty Boy or Money May?
All of them. To me, he never lost a step. Like some will say that he did because he wasn't a knockout puncher anymore. But I say he moved up in weight and kept respectable power. I think they all were his prime. A fight where Broner struggled and got dropped, Floyd handled 2 times. You know, I think they both were his prime. How do you get out your prime if you're not losing and you're not digressing? Like he beat Canelo at 30. Listen to me. He beat Canelo at 36 years old. That's the definition of an argument. That's a definition of an argument. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why my argument that age is nothing but a number and prime has to do with where you're at in your fighting career is more. It's just more. It's more plausible than fucking, you know, age defining how good you are athletically. Like it doesn't make any sense.
Yo.
Like yes, you're supposed to decline after a certain age, but there's people who preserve.
So I'll say this, right? I think that I agree with you, Ness, to an extent. Like I believe Floyd, at no point did I think anybody was beating Floyd. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Whether it was the Gotti fight, whether it was the fucking Canelo fight, the De La Hoya fight, the Maidana fight, the Pacquiao fight, at no point in my life did I believe Floyd was gonna lose. But I will say this: if you ask me, when did Floyd have his biggest wins? I would say the Pretty Boy era. I think that 2007 was the best year of his career with the De La Hoya and the Ricky Hatton wins.
And the Hatton, yeah.
But again, there was no point. Like it didn't matter who the fuck it was. Like even after we saw what Maidana did to Broner, I'm like, bro, he just got done doing the same shit to Canelo, and then he did it twice with
Because I've been seeing
Maidana.
on the timeline. Like, niggas fuck me up on the timeline and I'll be seeing them talking about Prime, but then I think to myself, Canelo couldn't beat Floyd when he was 23, but if Loma beat Devin, it was going to be this whole thing that Devin's trash. So was Canelo trash because he couldn't beat an old man, or is Loma trash because he couldn't beat a young Devin? Like, which one is it? I'm tired of the double standards in boxing.
It's hella double standards.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
have an
but yeah,
answer for you,
that's
champ.
my say.
A lot of double standards, and actually, it was funny. I mentioned that earlier in this episode. Like, there's always something when it comes to boxing. Like, nowhere else, but boxing is always gonna be something.
Tommy, Florida, stand up.
What up, Nick? You got me, Nick?
Yes.
Okay, bet. So yeah, get a few points off. Yeah, Danny Wright, boxing Nick pick when you call somebody a great. I feel that Sean Porter is a great because he got multiple ex-world champions on his, or world champions on his record. Andre Berto, fucking damn, I just forgot his name. The dude he won the IBF against Devin Alexander. He beat Ugas, then Ugas went on to win a title after that loss. That lets you know what I'm saying? So that holds weight. He beat Danny Garcia. Okay, he lost to Thurman, Crawford, Earl, and Brooke. None of those fights he was really outclassed, like he didn't belong in the ring with them. Now, if we talk about another great, Tommy Hearns, to me, Tommy Hearns' best win was Roberto Duran. But he lost to Marvin Hagler, he lost to Sugar Ray, and then got a split decision with Sugar Ray. Then he got like 3 losses to other guys, but everybody considered him a great. Now, at the time and how many times they used to fight, and a year back then, got like 70 damn fights, that, so I feel like he a great, in my opinion. Now, I gave Danny his props on the first topic. The second topic, you was real tripping when you were talking about my boy Thurman earlier, because you trying to hold Spence nuts. But you not your shit you were trying to say was all wrong. So yeah, Thurman and Spence had a belt at the same time. But for like those 26 or 27 months they both held belts, Thurman didn't fight nobody for 22 of those months. And then when he came back, he fought a tune-up or a comeback fight, and then the biggest fucking money fight, Pacquiao. Then you try to say,
Didn't I say that though? Didn't I
was
say
trying to
he was
get-
injured during the time? And I told Ness that that's what he
Then
should have
when-
said. I said that.
And then when Earl when you said Earl was trying to get belts, okay, well Mike T. Garcia didn't have a belt. That was he gonna make that money. When he signed to fight Pacquiao didn't have no belt. Ugas had the belt, but you're still gonna fight Pacquiao because it's fucking Pacquiao. So you was really showing your colors. I mean, you done did it before on shows, but you was really showing your colors. For whatever reason, you really don't fuck with Thurman. I don't know if he give you no interview back in the day or something. I don't know what it is, but you really don't be showing him his props and shit. And yeah, his situation with Floyd. Now Floyd is not Lomachenko is not Floyd. Don't compare it to him. So I'm not trying to say that. But his situation with Floyd was basically the same situation with Lomachenko and Devin. When Devin had the interim, Loma didn't give him his shot. When Keith had the interim, Floyd didn't give him his shot. Then the WBA gave him some super/franchise title with no mandatories, and they did the same thing with Loma, but you bashed Loma for that shit, but not Floyd when it was Thurman's chance. You feel me? So,
I mean, we knew Floyd could lose the super.
That's what you're
we
doing.
was told that Loma could not lose that belt. That's what we was told. You get what I'm saying? But nah, I mean, champ, to be quite frank, when I started this shit, when I started doing this, working for Ness, because I ain't been around that long. Like I'm fairly new. When I started this, quite frankly, Thurman wasn't relevant to really like interview. Like when he came back, we was interviewing. You get what I'm saying? I covered his fights, everything. But it was like he was, as you said, injured, out of the game, went married, like he was out the country, like all type of shit. So it wasn't an interview. I just speak my facts. I felt, quite frankly, truth be told, I felt
90
that
seconds.
in 2015, when I saw Errol Spence beat Phil LaGreco, and I know that's like terrible competition, but when I saw Errol Spence beat Phil LaGreco June 2015, I felt he could have beat anybody not named Floyd Mayweather in the welterweight division. So,
and that's cool because you know a lot of people feel the same way about Boots right now. But at the time, why the fuck would
60
an
seconds.
interim / regular champion who's gonna fight a proven champion? Who he fought that year? He fought Robert Guerrero, and then he fought
I mean, yeah, bro,
fucking
but you
Tampa.
talking about a
Fuck,
time frame that I
Palazzo.
wasn't talking about. You know, you talking about 2-3
Well,
years
no, I'm
before
just
the
saying
time
when you
frame
saw
I was speaking about.
When you saw Earl in 2015 beat Phil Greco, Keith Thurman beat Robert Guerrero.
No, and that's
then
bro.
for the next
I hear you, and
for
Sean
the
Porter
next
beat
two,
Adrian
yeah.
Broner.
So for the
Sean
next
Porter
2
beat Adrian
years,
Broner.
I'm
Go ahead.
fighting proven fighters, not an up and comer. So it's not like you know, like Ness said. Why would I look back on Spence? He's coming up.
Right. Again, so again, brother, you just not listening. You moved the goalpost, and that's okay. You just moved
10
the goalpost,
seconds.
and that's okay. The time frame I start speaking of was 2017. You're choosing to talk about a time frame 2 years before that, right? So
Oh, I
you know
thought
it's
you
all
said
right.
2015 was Phil Greco. My bad. I thought you said 2015.
No, it was
I must have heard
2015.
wrong on
It
the
was
phone.
2015. But what I'm saying is, before I start talking in 2017, Keith was champ, Earl was champ. He was hurt. I get that.
Right.
I said that. You get what I'm saying?
Okay,
But
so
you bringing up
the beginning
2015.
of 2017. The beginning of 2017, before Earl won his belt, he unified Kenny. 30 to 45 days later is when Earl got his belt. So from that point, when they had their belts, Thurman didn't fight nobody at all due to injury. So it's
Thank
not
you
like
for repeating what I said, because I
them
said
with
that. So
Yeah,
what's the
but
point? I'm confused.
I'm just telling everybody else who's listening that you're not stating all the facts. You're saying your facts, but not all the facts. So they
Bro,
both had
I
belts in
legit
2017. That is
everything you've said, I said earlier. Like him being injured in that time frame came out of my mouth. I told Ness.
You was missing our key points earlier. You was missing our key. That's why Ness was getting on your ass about the facts.
So look. I'm not supposed to do Ness' job for him, right? So if he forgot that he was hurt, that's on him. Like I ain't supposed to do his job for him. I said he was hurt, so I get that they ain't fight. I hear you. That don't take the fact that he was champ during that time, because Ness was saying, "Oh well, Keith did it first," and I'm like, "Cool, Ray J, who did it better?" You get what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, he's saying,
you were trying to
"Oh,
say,
all right, champ, you're not listening. It's all good. You got it, brother. I appreciate the
You
call."
were trying to say he didn't fight Earl. He didn't fight Earl. Why didn't he fight Earl? He didn't fight Earl because he was hurt. They both had belts, yes, but they did not fight because Thurman was hurt for an extended period of time.
Again, you just
That's why
repeating
they
the
did
shit
not
that came
fight.
out of my mouth. That's all.
You wasn't saying
Like
that earlier.
you're repeating the
saying that
same
earlier.
things that I said. So
Nah,
I'm
you wasn't
confused.
saying
Like,
that, bro.
why?
You didn't say that. It must be that hard.
Again,
you
champ.
didn't say that.
Again, champ.
But I feel you though.
You might have like stepped away, not heard it, whatever. But I'm the one that told Ness, brother. Your argument was simple. All you had to say was that Thurman was hurt. So you ain't hear that, right?
I must have didn't then. If you, I ain't gonna.
Yeah,
if
no,
you
I
said
said
you
that. I
said it and
said
didn't
that.
hear it,
You know,
okay,
because
cool.
I
My
wasn't.
bad.
He
My bad.
was trying to say the same shit you was saying. Oh, why would he fight him now? Why would he look back? So if we both champs, we can't say we look back. So that's why I said that example. But
True. But yeah, about the being great in the boxing world, yeah, you dead right on that because people nitpick. Like you said, a quarterback or a basketball player, you ain't gonna look at who they played and who was on the defense that year and all. You just gonna look at the straight numbers. So I feel you on that one. But that's my call, boss.
you got it, champ. You got it. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned the quarterbacks, right? Because people like, oh, yeah, the NFL, the race, and we've seen it with black quarterbacks. Bro, like we gonna act like football ain't fucking developed. Like back in the day, it wasn't a game played on the ground. Now it's a game played in the air, and we playing in an era with athletic quarterbacks like Robert Griffin III, fucking Deshaun Watson, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson. Like, bro, times have changed. The game has evolved. Cool. Yeah, maybe it wasn't that many black quarterbacks in the day, but it was a game that was played on the ground. We didn't have the black quarterbacks, but we had the black running backs, right? Barry Sanders, Walter Payton. Like, what the fuck we talking about, man? CYP on the counter punch, Ness. We going out to CYP on the counter punch. Cam Newton is another one. Exactly, man. In the meantime, in between time, go ahead and smash the like button. It is free. We appreciate each and every one of y'all, even the ones that call in to to shit on us or to disagree with us. We appreciate everybody. Everybody we appreciate. Bro, you saying Robert Griffith III, stop it, but yet was he not a top draft pick? I'm not saying he played out, but the dude is saying that black quarterbacks don't get opportunities, and he was one of the biggest, And let's not forget, he was one of the biggest during the Johnny football era. So it ain't like, oh, it was all eyes on him. But, man, it is what it is, champ. CYP, though, on the count, and that's...
What up?
CYP on the count, and us.
Yo.
We hear you.
All right, cool.
Champ,
cool.
What up?
Let me give that shout out to Bumgardner. You know what I'm saying? If she listened, her fans listening, she did a great job. Look, I mean, that girl's a little superstar, yo. Like, I really am starting to like her. Props out to Harrison, but his speech is starting to slur, and that's what I was worried about on that last fight. Like, it was unnecessary because I know it was going to happen, and you see it now with his speech, and that's his biggest asset to me is his voice. But anyway, I digress on that. Secondly, when it comes to the gunshot with Crawford, I think that he doesn't mention it much because he was shooting dice when it happened. He doesn't represent that. That's probably why he doesn't mention it much. Now. The big topic, the prime topic. Everybody keeps saying it's not about age. It's not about age. In the athletic world, it is. Take your ass to a Nike rep, a Nike pro, and say be 35 years old. Say I won a multi-year contract. I just won the championship of this, or I just won Super Bowl, but I'm 35. Asking for a multi-year deal. See what they say. They're not going to give it to you because they're going to say how many more years
somebody?
Your
I mean, I got an example who they gave it to.
No, I don't want an example. We're talking about, is it prime or is it not? We're not talking about a one-off like a female. Females do that one-off. Well, I got married with 4 kids and divorced.
I got a male example, not a female example.
No.
A recent one too.
You have to have thousands. You have to have thousands of examples to combat the thousands that get turned down.
I mean, does Nike even have thousands of athletes on a roster? Why would I have to give you thousands of examples when you just said it couldn't happen?
That's the point. They do have thousands on their roster. That's the point. I'm an expert who does the contracts. You're not. Let me speak, please. I paid for it. Run it with my car. I know this to be a fact. Why athletes retire? Why they go into depression? Because they feel like nobody believes in them. A lot has to do with the age of the athlete. But fuck all that. This is the main point that's gonna kill y'all. When Manny Pacquiao and Floyd fought, put a 1 in the chat if they were in their prime. Put a 1 in the chat if they were in their prime. Put a 2 if they were not. Now, they were number 1 pound for pound and number 3 pound for pound, but nobody said they were in their fucking prime. But in boxing, they were number 1 pound for pound and number 3 pound for pound. But none of y'all said they were in their prime. CYP out. Y'all have a good day.
All right.
Yeah, so since Nike won't give a multi-year deal to anybody in their 30s, I guess LeBron wasn't in his 30s when he got that lifetime. Fuck a multi-year, champ. We got you till you drop dead.
We got Ryan Queens. Queens, what up?
Hey, yo, what's up, Mr. Gibbs? I'm not no Queens kid, but what's up, though?
What up?
Hey, hold up, yo. Y'all said a lot of bullshit this morning, but like, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna just touch on an example. One thing is with Derek, what's his name? Derek, what's his last name? Derek Williams.
James.
Spence turn. Derek James. Yeah. When he touched on, when you said, I'm glad that he said that was a key thing that he said, and why Spence is gonna run through him. And Derek James got a lot of respect for me. He's very observant from that comment he said that he knows his shit because he said when he said Crawford is athletically built, and on which why Crawford frame is not that big. for no welterweight. That's why Thurman was saying he's not no true welterweight. That's why he's not no true welterweight. Spence is bigger than him. He's going to crush that boy in 10 rounds. He's going to stop Crawford. He ain't going to knock him out. He's going to stop him. If anybody thinks that Crawford is going to stop or knock Spence out, y'all keeping y'all nose on freeze, yo. Stop that shit. Y'all do not know boxing. Like, y'all don't know sports, period. But that was the key observer. What Derek James said, the boy is athletically built, like Lomachenko was athletically built. They are two both, their frames won't allow them to gain that much weight to move up, to be true welterweights or whatever they can, or move up. So Spence is going to beat that boy back down to lightweight. I'll put that on everything. That's the subject I'm going to touch on. Y'all touched on a lot of shit, but that's the subject that I really wanted to touch on about how Derek James really made a good observer on that and why Spence is going to really hurt that boy. Peace.
All right. I got Daily News, hashtag 1017, celebrating his first super chat. Salute Daily News for spending that bread with us. $2 super chat. He says Crawford by KO and Crawford too explosive for Spence. We got C. He's a member on a champ level for 4 months. Sends us free super chat. Says when Earl punched Bud in his shit next week, Bud gonna turn around and run like chick in the UFC. Dashing away emoji. Smoke emoji. I got one lump sum, $2. He said Porter did nothing. History special. Average guy. You're crazy, bruv. You're crazy. All right, you're totally crazy. We got Spider Rico. Spider Rico.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Grand Rising.
What up?
We in here. We made it, y'all. We really here now.
Another day, baby.
Yeah. It's great to hear everybody call in. Thank you for the show. We're on the clock right now. I got 3 minutes, y'all. Could do a lot in 3 minutes. A lot could happen in 3 minutes. Could lose everything. Everything I got cost me a lot. Sean Porter's a good topic to talk about because he fought both of these guys. TBC, EJ. Only thing I could ask for more is AJ versus Bomb Squad. Yeah. Blueface versus Wiz Khalifa. Floyd versus Pac 2. That's just my imagination. Think about all those things. Teams wear colors. Boxers wear the color of their skin. Because we tribal people. We fight for our people. The color on your back. Not no red or blue or none of that shit. I did watch the show. You know, they didn't talk about what happened to TBC, but it's like, you know, we don't want to talk about the bad stuff no more because he focused on his future. But they didn't talk about God neither, you know, leading into the biggest fight of their life. That would have been nice to hear. I got 1 minute and 30 seconds, y'all. Y'all got a lot to hear. TBC versus EJ, that's like, it's going to be like when Gerald McClellan, the G-Man, versus his arch nemesis. You know what I mean? What happened? Because I think, you know, the G-Man was the favorite, just how EJ is the favorite. You know what I mean? But when you got the melanin to win, when you got the dark complexion, it come with a power. It could be broken, but it seemed like Crawford is really righteous. Both men are being righteous to each other. There's no disrespect, because when there's a moral like, you know, somebody's not being morally just, we can always pick that fighter to lose because karma gonna come for everybody, and that's something, maybe more important that I say that y'all should hear. And thank y'all for listening. I'm gone.
Mm. Well, shout out to Spider Rico with love from Oregon. We going out to TBV.
I just want to
People
say
Champ.
that Bud right now is the Vegas favorite on the books.
Mm. Oh shit! Hold on, People's Champ. I got Fats Counterpunch.
Oh, yo, I just want to say Deion Sanders, Emmitt Smith, Walter Payton all signed multi-year deals in their 30s.
Word. What up?
Yo, what up, what up? I meant to touch on that prime topic too, yo. I'm shocked that CYP, man. Usually I know he a guy, he big on his fitness and shit like that. But I'm surprised he made that comment. Danny, you hit that right on the head, like, and you can name other than LeBron. Like, I think when you get older,
Messi just signed a
yeah,
multi-year deal
yeah,
for
yeah, and
crazy
I
money.
think when you crazy money, and when I think when you get older, you only look old when you try and do shit that young people doing. You get what I mean? Like these dudes that get older, I hear them talk more a lot about less weights, more like band work, more like calisthenics, shit like repetition. You get what I mean? Like, cause they don't need the strain of the weight and all that shit no more because they know that they can't really train the way that they used to train when they was 28, 29, or 27. Like when you 34, 33, like you still in your prime, but I feel like you mentally elevated at that point. That's why you got guys like Mayweather can box for a long ass time, or at least his prime was a long ass window. LeBron,
He was
long
mature.
ass window.
He was mature.
Yeah, and he knew how to do it.
Bro.
And that's with injuries and everything. Kobe Bryant, you know what I'm saying? You got Steph Curry. Look at Steph Curry, Serena Williams. So I think CYP
Bro,
was
Serena
very
old as
wrong on that.
hell
I
and
was
still
shocked
doing
he
her
said
fucking
that.
thing.
Yeah, man, I was shocked he said that. What's the dude, the other tennis dude that just retired? Nadal. He been doing this shit for a little minute, man. And even Manny Pacquiao, like Floyd, thought he was on some shit and all that. Like, I mean, I give dude his credit, man. Like, it's all about what you put your body through and what you done been through at this point. Crawford, yeah, he 35, but he not an old 35. He's still in shape. You know what I mean? He ain't been in a lot of traumas. Yeah, he been shot in the head, but dude, stay in shape. I think it's all about how you take care of your body. You know what I mean? As you get older and know that you're not as young no more, so you don't need to train as hard and all that. It's all about, like you say, it's about mentality. It's more about smarts, IQ, repetition, technique. That's really what it's about when you get older, man, because they already got the experience and been through the wars. So yeah, I appreciate the call.
All right.
My God, appreciate you.
We got a lot of callers. Jay Swift, what up?
Yo, what's up, peoples? What's up, Danny? Where you been, man?
He was in Detroit.
Chicago?
Yeah, I went out to
Yo.
Detroit for the Bumgarner fight. I've been here though.
Okay. I just want to say this. I've been watching Crawford come up through the ranks. I watched Errol Spence come up through the ranks. And one thing you can say about Crawford is he didn't have no mishaps whatsoever. He didn't have no car crashes. He didn't break no arms. He didn't have no retinas detached or anything. So when you continue to stay in shape from the time you're 15, 14, 13, all the way up until 35, and you're not really abusing your body, you're still in great fucking shape. And then we turn to Errol. Errol was in great shape, but he abused his body a couple of times. He abused. I mean, when you get into having surgery for cracked ribs and detached retinas, you really, really hit something really, really hard. And the human body slamming up against steel and metal is not supposed to be doing that. Punching with boxing gloves on is a lot different, a lot different. And I'm tired of you talking about Keith Thurman, Danny. Keith Thurman is and always will be a factor in boxing. And his problem was he had an accident, car accident. He messed up his right shoulder, which he throws that right hand. He should throw that right hand so beautiful. And he had an abdominal injury. And to me, he should have never taken the Pacquiao fight. He should have waited even longer. He was already out, I think, 15 months. He should have kept waiting until he was all the way healed. But Thurman wanted that big payday that he could
He took
only
the
get
Pacquiao
from
fight after
Pacquiao.
beating
He had-
Josecito Lopez a few months before, so he wasn't inactive. Like he came
Wait,
back,
what?
fought Josecito in New York, and then fought Pacquiao only months later. Or am I getting the
What
timeline
did you
mixed up,
say,
Nuss?
Danny, you're rumbling and rambling through my 3 minutes. Can I get my 3 minutes, please? So that's how I
I mean,
feel
if you
about
want to
that.
say
Also,
bullshit, champ, go ahead. I was just
come
correcting you
on,
on the
Danny.
line
I
of
got
events.
3
He wasn't
minutes.
inactive for no 2
I
years,
got
year and a
3
half,
minutes. Let
none
me
of
make
that.
these points. Also, when you see Sean Porter, with the first time he fought Errol Spence Jr., Errol Spence's face looked fucked up at the end of that fight. So if you ask me, Sean Porter's another factor that's one of the greats, because nobody ever did that to Errol Spence, and that was before all the car accidents. Sean Porter only lost because his right hand grazed the mat, and that's some bullshit. Because a true knockdown is when somebody takes a knee. Grazing your right hand grazing the mat is some bullshit. Peace and blessings, everybody.
And again, if y'all don't want no interruptions during y'all call, pay for them. You get what I'm saying? Pay for y'all calls. It ain't shit but a finball, little $5, right? Pay for y'all call like CYP did, and I can't say shit. That's y'all money spent. You feel me? But y'all calling on a free call. That's like going EBT. And damn, why I can't get the lobster tails and the steak on the WIC card? You know what I'm saying? Y'all get what y'all get for the free. If y'all want gourmet, then you know you gotta pay. Bro, her last major win was in 2017, but you act like in 2021 she didn't beat a top 10 world ranked in Naomi Osaka, bro. Like I watched that fucking tennis match in my fucking house. So for you to sit here and say she ain't been prime since 2017, but yeah, she beating top ranked women in the sport, you full of shit. After having a baby at that.
Yo, TVV, you done, Danny?
I don't know, bro. You could try.
Oh yeah, what up, champ? What up?
Top of it, TVV, whole TVV family. What's going on with y'all? I just want to touch on a couple things. You know how these shows be. We get off into a bunch of different points. I disagree with you, Ness. I never thought Sean Porter was a great fighter. I never thought Denny was a great fighter. I thought they were really good fighters who were well promoted in a time where boxing was still a little more relevant. You know, Floyd was still boxing, so it was a little more popular. So I think those guys were good. I think you overplaying his style. I mean, he's a come forward pressure fighter that's relentless with no power. I mean, those guys are a dime a dozen. There's nothing special about what Sean Porter does in the ring.
So show me another person
mean,
with
you
a
had-
similar
you
style
had-
that
you-
won two-time champion. I ain't even gonna make it as hard to say welterweight.
You said do what?
I said show me another guy with a similar style, since you said that style's a dime a dozen, and also show me him being two-time champion. And I'm not gonna make it hard by saying only in the welterweight division.
I could show you a guy who did it better than Sean, who Sean duplicates. Simple, Aaron Pryor. Aaron Pryor was the better version of Sean Porter.
Yeah,
So,
I don't think Aaron Pryor.
You're insane if you don't think Aaron Pryor was better than Sean Porter.
I don't
But
think
that's
Aaron
before your time.
Pryor-
You're not a historian.
I don't think Aaron Pryor and Sean Porter had the same style.
You don't think Aaron Pryor was a relentless come forward fighter that threw a lot of punches?
Not like Sean.
You're insane. Let me ask you a question though, Ness or Danny, because I've heard this narrative being spoken numerous occasions in the YouTube box community about Bud could have moved up and it automatically became Errol Spence's IBF mandatory because he held the belt at 140. Is that an IBF rule? Because I'm thinking that's only like a WBO super rule. I mean, do you guys know if the
I
IBF
mean,
has that same rule?
I don't know about the IBF, but I know that Bud was undisputed at 140, so he technically could have done that with the WBO or with the WBC. I don't know about the IBF, but he had every belt at
Yeah.
140, so arguably he could
Yeah.
have did it. You know what I'm saying? That's how he did. That's how he
Yeah,
got the Jeff Horn fight.
that's how he did
got the
that. Yeah,
Jeff
but I'm
Horn
saying I
fight.
keep hearing this narrative that he could have went the IBF route and became Errol's
Yeah.
mandatory right after he became undisputed. Give me an example of a guy who had the IBF belt and moved straight up and became somebody's mandatory. I've only heard it for the WBO and like you said,
I
the
never seen
WBC.
it. I never seen it.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can't speak for
so
the
let's kill that
IBF,
narrative.
bro. I
Jonathan
don't know
Sims
that.
brought that up. That's why. Yeah, let's kill that narrative, Jonathan Sims. But other than that, I think both guys are hungry for this fight, man. I think both guys are equally hungry. I think what we're seeing now is a bunch of narratives being killed that one guy was ducking the other. Nobody was ducking the other. It was just the business had to get right.
I mean, that's the bell, but you also got to remember that Earl made it clear that, he had to concede to a lot of things because, Bud felt, his belts meant more than ticket sales and pay-per-view sales. J-Mac, counterpunch. He disappeared. We're going to, who is this? Let me look it up. Huang in Houston, what up?
Yo, Nick, you gotta put some respect. I'm on a champ level, yo. Call me out as a contender.
I mean, I only read what YouTube says.
I gotta get at YouTube there.
Right.
Nah, I was gonna say that I really feel that Terrence Crawford is more hungry. And the only reason I say that is not really based on the all access, but it's just like everybody says he ain't shit. He brings it up himself. You always talk about him. For every interview I've been watching lately, like when he's on a breakfast or whatever, they even ask him. They say you ain't fought nobody, and then now he starts repeating it. Everybody, they always want to say that I ain't fought nobody, and so I think that's like created like a fire in him, and now he wants to go out there and all right, I'm gonna show y'all. I wasn't thinking it was gonna be a knockout, but now I'm kind of feeling like he might go out there and try to knock this dude out. But that's all I got. And Danny, man, damn, why they hating on you, man? Because you talking during their call. I thought it was a 3-round. Only one guy supposed to punch? 3-minute round?
Yo, look, man. Like I said, they keep like, oh, stop talking over my call. I pay for the call. Yo, pay for it for real then. You know what I'm saying? Like, send her $5. I'll shut up. I swear to God. Because it's like, you actually pay for that.
Show,
See, while P pays for his, I remained quiet, But it is what it is, champ. Like, we can't all be liked. Stephen A got his haters. Everybody got they people that don't like him. I don't even want to say haters, bro. I don't even want to say haters because, some people just criticize. It ain't really hate. You know what I'm saying? Some people just dislike. It ain't really hate. I think hate is a strong word. But, yeah, man, it ain't no hard feelings. I love everybody.
Appreciate y'all.
All right. J-Mac, counterpunch.
Oh shit. Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Feel like I got more time today. And just add my kind of punches up. No interruptions, please. I got a question for you, Ness. You can answer this after this. So we didn't came into the show where when an argument ass co-host want to argue some petty ass points, get lost in your own opinion, he got the right to interrupt you. That's what we done came into. That's what TVB is now.
I mean, you guys always say that I control the host. Now we got a guy that has a mind of his own, and y'all want me to control him.
No, I want my calls to respect. I ain't never went for nobody interrupting my calls. It don't matter if it's a free call. I hear you brothers talk all day on y'all show, which I'm tired to. But when I call in, I just want my minute, my 30 seconds, wherever it is. That's just what I want. I've always been the same way. That's just how I am across the board. I'm not here to argue with a little chatty ass wife type, female type ass nigga over a fucking opinion. I ain't never been there. Back to my counter punch. This show did teach me a lot. When I came in here with Keith Thurman, I was like, man, Keith Thurman ducking arrow. Keith Thurman ducking EJ. But I was a fan in because I used to get caught up wanting the fights. And before TBV, I was just more into understanding boxing, coaching boxing, teaching boxing, and wanting fights. And more a fan like that. But now, after listening to all the stuff, having calls like Stone Bone, shout out to Intrigue, even some of your arguments as well, too. I had to grow and understand that fights just don't get made when I want them just because I want them and I think because they're the right fights to be made. Keith Thurman actually was the man who had fought those fights and was trying to move up and get the bigger fight. And for some reason, I thought he was dug in arrow because he didn't say the things I wanted him to say or what have you. And like I say, I was wrong the whole time because as I watch these fighters evolve in their careers, they move on and they fight the fights that are getting lined up. And especially after you've done something to fight those fights and get those fighters. So I definitely want to give y'all credit for that. And shout out to Intrigue. Me and Intrigue used to go back and forth all the time about how he ducked arrow and he didn't deserve to get the fight again and shit like that. But I was just looking at it wrong. Forrest, I think I heard some of Brandon Maurice call. For us both of them wanting to fight, for us it's showing that both these dudes never actually avoided a fight. And I'll say I was a little wrong too. I still think PBC was the one who actually was in the way of not making this fight happen. But Errol, I don't think Errol never had an issue with fighting Crawford. I just think that PBC was the ones putting in the roadblock saying they had the money, saying Bud wasn't in the plans, and Errol kind of got caught up when he regurgitated the shit. But man, I'm glad this fight happened. July 29th, Deborah, Bud Mama will be doing the dance that Derek says she won't be dancing to. When Bud knocks Spence out, a lot of people will be wrong. A lot of people gonna have their feelings hurt. A lot of people gonna be butt hurt. All I ask is the kind gentleman that owe me my money, run me my fucking money, get out your feelings. I've been telling you niggas for years that Bud was gonna knock Spence out. So when the shit happened, just run me my fucking money. That's my counterpunch. Tell me what I owe you.
All right. Who is Alan?
Yeah. Hold on, champ. Hold on.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, if you believe that someone asking you about a mouthpiece coming out is arguing, champ, all I could do is pray for you, champ. You call in to not have a conversation with me, but have one with Ness. Cool. Just pay for it. Because at the end of the day, you ain't paying for the first one. So if you want to pay for an uninterrupted call, or if you want to have an uninterrupted call, pay for it. At the end of the day, that's just where that shit at. You feel me? And that's for everybody. That's for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Jay, saying whoever. You know what I'm saying? Y'all want uninterrupted calls? It ain't shit but $5.
I got Jay Miller, $15. Shout out. He says, good show. Alan Rodriguez, what's up?
Hey, TBV, you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, shout out to Ness, shout out to Danny. So my opinion on this, I think Crawford, to be honest, wants it more, man, and only because of how things are building up, from the press conference, him, I understand he's B-side, but I feel like they push it very hard on Crawford, especially on both those press conferences, and during the negotiations as well, Crawford was always trying to make the fight, but he just couldn't find the right deal, and neither could Errol Spence. But Errol Spence just kept telling Crawford, shut the fuck up and talk to Al Heyman. And that's where the good deal's at. But, like I said a couple calls ago, you know, that's just building something up in Crawford, man. You know, like I'm the one who wants this win, man. You guys treating me like I'm less when I've been here longer than Spence. Now, if you guys want to talk about resumes, okay, yeah. Both got some funny resumes, man. Don't come at me with that. Because we can talk about Ugas, Crawford, Sean Porter, all that. But other than those fighters, tell me who the fuck Errol Spence fought to. All those all those boy fighters that he was fed. Come on, man. But anyways, that's my opinion. I think Crawford wants it more. Every time he's by his kids, that man look like a fucking military guy. Shit. Shout out TBV, man.
All right, champ. Appreciate you. Let's see. We got a few calls we got to get to here. Who's on this sheet? My bad. Let me look this up. Rob in North Carolina, what up?
What's going on, Ness?
What up?
Ain't shit, man. Hey, yeah, I got Crawford in this fight right here. I've been watching the all access shit. Like, I don't understand why Crawford is pulling back so much on the shit he was talking before. It's like, they both was kind of respectful at the press conferences and shit, but it seemed like Crawford he's back. He don't want to talk about the ducking talk no more. He's like giving Earl full credit for it had nothing to do with him ducking and that basically that, you know, they both wanted to fight. And, you know, but when I'm looking at it, if they was offering you 0%, they was offering you zero guaranteed money to take the fight before, and months later you get a deal that's worth a big deal, like that don't seem like it was ducking.
Word.
Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, what the fuck do they got over Crawford that he's not talking that shit no more? Because it's like, yo, it's like, is he trying to just keep the business good or something? Because it's like, why the fuck you ain't talking that shit no more? Because you making it, and Earl's still throwing jabs about his resume and shit and all that. And it's like, yo, Crawford, get back to that, you know, shit, you took the easy route. No, get back to that talk. I feel like that'll even make the fight better if they get back to that kind of talk. It's like, I think this shit is too respectful on Crawford's side right now. And
but
shit.
Let's not forget Crawford. Crawford recently just said that he feels that the public and the media want them to hate each other and to disrespect each other, and that he said that that's not what this is about. That he wants to show that they can come together and make the big fights happen without you know what I'm saying, calling each other out their names and shit like that. You know, I don't know. Just throwing that out there. Some people may have not seen that.
Like, we ain't asked you to clean up the sport of boxing. We ain't asked you to kill the drama in boxing. Like, yo, that's part of combat sports and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, talk that shit. We know it's gonna be a good fight, but we still want the bullshit with it. Like, you know what I'm saying? And as far as like the thing with the with being in the prime, like, I kind of agree with what y'all was saying. But I think in combat sports like football and boxing, I think that shit is a little different. You know what I'm saying? Like, it may be like 1 out of a million that's going, like, you know, Bernard Hopkins ain't going to happen, like, you know what I'm saying, on the regular. Like, here and there, you have super athletes that can maintain their body into their late 30s and 40s and shit. But for the most part, in a combat sport, man, when you start hitting them 30s and mid-30s and all that, yo, you not in your prime no more, I don't think at no measure. But that's my call.
All right, Jay.
Yeah, I don't know about just hitting your 30s. You know, maybe I do agree that fighters in their late 30s and 40s is rare, but I think that honestly, I believe that most athletes is in a prime in their early 30s. Like, maybe that's just me.
J Mac, what up? All right, he's not there. Jonathan Sims, what up? Jonathan Sims. What up? Jonathan Sims. What up?
Yo, yo.
We hear you.
Yeah, for some reason it always make me come out and come back in, but nevertheless, thanks for the second round. Um, and I imagine you got the super chat. I wanted to address my man Brandon. So, like, if we're going off what you articulated, B, then yes, I don't think the IBF has a rule where you can move up from the previous division and go straight for the title. So you're correct there, but that's not what I said, and that's not what Bomac said. So let me reiterate what I said. What I said was Bomac admitted that instead of going the IBF route, meaning moving up to the division of 147, becoming a number one contender, fighting the number one guy to then fight Earl Spence, is not something they wanted to do, even though they could have. They took the quote unquote easy route and fought Jeff Horn to get a title for what? Leverage. It's all about leverage. If you don't have it, you can't negotiate. So both parties took quote unquote the easy route. Just wanted to make sure that was pretty clear. Thank you, Ness, for the time.
All right. And I believe that is not everyone. I see J Mac is now back. What's up?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Man,
Yo.
man. Hey, look. As long as they're on this motherfucker, if he gonna keep interrupting my call, so I won't have to curse him out, disrespect him, I'm just not gonna call in. But for as this counterpunch, that I'm paying out my money, Jonathan Sims still all getting that same point, same narrative, easy route, easy route, easy route. Both from two different situations. But anybody that has the ability to get the champ and fight and move up in the WO, they normally does use that so they get a champ, get a belt. I mean, that's a lot more logic. When Spence made the easy route, he was speaking on fighting his side of the fighters on his side of the street. That's not even the same thing or could be brought up in the same situation. You can spend the easy route saying he was saying it's easier to make these fights or it's easier to fight the fighters that he's fighting. So like I never took it like he was trying to say it in a way of I always took it like he was saying he want to fight the easier fights. The easier fights. And why when I fight Sean for the belt? And when Bud brought out the context of I got a belt. But everything what Spence was saying he thought these fighters were easy. When you listen to how he dealt with them, how he talked about these guys, and how he's speaking about Crawford, that can explain a lot, saying that he always thought Crawford was the big bad wolf. So I mean, we can take it and we it ties our opinion and our perception. However, but I always thought when he said easy route, he's talking about fighting the easier fights than Sean Porter and the PBC fighters. That's my counterpunch.
All right. Thanks for calling in. I got a $2 cash app. Ask Danny what happened to the what's your excuse guy.
How would I know? But yeah, to anybody and to answer this question, because you know he paid for that one. To anybody who thinks they are bigger than the show, yeah, I'm interrupting your free call. You know, if you think you're bigger than the show, pay for it, like CYP does. And I don't even think he thinks he's bigger than the show. But yeah, pay for it. You know what I'm saying? Simple. And in the words of the greatest, in the words of the greatest, Future Hendrix, one monkey do not stop the show. You get what I'm saying? The show must go on, and it will go on each and every day, twice a day.
All right, all right. I think that is not everyone. We got El Terraplanista.
Yo, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yo, I just called in to tell you Andy Cruz is the future of the lightweight division, bro. What's up? And Elvis Gomez and Cuban, he's adopted.
That's disrespectful.
No, man, how's it going, man? I'm glad to see that we got some good fights now. We finally got this fight going, man. I'm excited. I'm picking Spence. Yeah, I'm picking Spence to beat Crawford, but it's a pretty close fight. That's basically it.
Yo, so you were impressed a lot with Cruz, or is that just you like?
I was, man. I think he looked amazing, man. He looked great. He looked
You
awesome.
thought he
As good
looked
as he can look
amazing?
against Burgess.
Oh wow.
Well, you think he looked
Yeah, I
bad?
didn't think. I think that he still has a lot of improving to do. I told Ness that I felt a lot of punches weren't being turned over. I felt there was a lot of shoe shine moments, and I told him, and I don't mean this like trying to diss, and I know that this doesn't mean that it's the case, but for the people that were live, Alicia Bumgardner's shots, they was they was louder than Andy Cruz's shots. Like I heard him more like he was shoe shine. Da, 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 da. Like I heard that more than his punches.
Hmm. I see, but you don't need, but bro, you don't say that about Devin Haney, man. And Devin Haney went 12 rounds with Burgers and probably hit him weak or even. Look at Burgers' face after the Andy Cruz fight. All I'm saying is Andy Cruz would outbox Devin Haney right now. Just like that. Yeah, forget about, oh yeah, maybe he doesn't have the punching power you think he should have. But I'm telling you, man, he would outbox Devin Haney right now. He's a better boxer than Devin Haney.
I mean, the problem with that is he has to prove it. You saying it doesn't mean anything. You know, Devin actually has the titles and the accolades to back that.
Oh, let's hope they move
Yeah,
him fast, man. They
I
need to
mean, they
move him
are.
fast. Like,
They are
because
moving
look
him
at David
fast.
Morrell versus Teofimo, bro. Like, we say shit about Bob Arum, but Bob Arum moved Teofimo, who is the same age as David Morrell, much better than Al Heyman did. You know what I mean? Look at all the accomplishment Teofimo got at 25. David Morrell's as good as a talent, definitely as good as a prospect, and he ain't got shit to show for it with Al Heyman.
yeah, I definitely. I mean, I wouldn't even entertain an Andy Cruz fight personally because it's like that's not even going backwards. That's like ruining your career. Like, you know how bad Devin would get ridiculed for fighting Andy Cruz next, or you know what I'm saying, in the next year. Like, Andy would have to do something spectacular. Again, I saw that he still has some developing to do, and that ain't no knock on him. I told Ness one camp with Bozy wasn't enough. I told him, I felt that, you know, yeah, he got some improving to do. But
I'm the exact
but I mean, he
opposite.
debuted in a 10 rounder against somebody that we know. So it's like,
Exactly. I don't even
I'm
know
not
what's your
knocking him.
criticism. What is your criticism? What didn't he do well to you? Because I was super impressed.
Yeah, no, I just felt that there was a lot of shots he should have turned over. I felt that a lot in a lot of moments it was just about landing the shot and not like actually it being an effective shot. So, again, that's something we see a lot in the amateurs. So that shoe shine shit, I could give two fucks about personally. Like, I'm not saying he had a bad performance. It just wasn't a performance for me to say that he's gonna take over the lightweight division or he's the future of the lightweight division, let alone say that he can beat Haney right now. Like, I didn't see that
But Haney
performance.
ain't
I'm
that good,
sorry.
bro. Like, man, you know that Haney's just a boxing match with him, and he'll beat him. Like, that's the thing. He's a better man. He looked as comfortable as any
You
Cuban
think he's
I've
a
ever
better
seen on the inside.
you think he's a
Most
better
Cubans
boxer
just show up on
than
the inside and run until they are back on the outside.
hold on. You
He
saying you think
actually
he a
was
better
comfortable
boxer?
there fighting. He had really good defense, man. Like, I mean, he came out with no blemishes whatsoever, bro. He could go to a party right there. He has amazing defense, man. Like, he looked great.
Champ, you showing your bias. You're talking about a dude
Bro,
that fought a career journeyman. He fought a career journeyman.
Then
You
you talking
know?
about the way he looked. Then you talking about the way he looked, like a clean, like the way your face look at determine everything, champ. Because I could show you hella fights with Devin had a clean face against better opposition. The fuck you talking about?
Bro, I'm just saying, not everyone can do that. Look at Anthony Joshua himself. The
No, I
whole
hear
reason
you.
he went to
I'm not.
Dave
I'm
James
not
is to try
saying.
to get those performances where he can
I'm
go
not
out there
saying
and
he's
shut down
bad.
everything
I'm
the
not saying
opponent's
he's
doing
bad. I'm
and
just
not get
saying
knocked
his
outside the
ring
head.
walk.
Well, this guy does it easy on his pro debut, right? Like, I'm telling you, it's not as easy as you think, man. Look at guys like Anthony Joshua. It's hard to go in there and not get touched and come out like easy, ready to go meet your family in the next day. This is the whole point. Like, some people train their whole life and can't do that, man. Like, it's not that easy. You gotta give credit to people who can do that.
All right,
Cool.
You gotta
All I'm
understand, Danny, that it's a one-way mic kind of like situation. You gotta let them finish. They can't hear you. That's why sometimes they don't hit a bell. I got Pop. What up?
Yo, what's good with y'all guys?
What's good?
Chilling, bro. It's the first time I'm talking to y'all since since you got back from vacation, bro. But nah, man. I watched Andy fight, and I'm kind of like you, Ness. Like, I actually agree with Danny. Like, that's like the main thing for me. He got to turn over his punches. But like, he kind of like impressed me. Like especially like as more as like the fight like went on. Like the first round, I'm like, okay, he's straight. Like he not what they say he is. And then like as the fight went on, as he got comfortable, like, he kind of impressed me with like his movement, his punches, his violent punches, and he didn't look tired. But the only flaw I would have is him turning over his punches. That's the only flaw. And
And that's
with
all I
Frank,
said, bro. That's all I said. I wasn't shitting on his
Bro,
performance.
and
I
that's
just
what I'm
said
saying.
the performance. Go ahead, Ness.
No, you I cut you off.
No, I was just agreeing with him. It was just a turning over the punches for me. I felt that a lot of times the punches weren't being turned over again. He was just looking to land the shots. He was looking to make contact. And I told you off air on the phone, brother. Like, to me, he needs more than one training camp with Bozy. I don't think it was a bad performance at all. I don't think that it was a performance for me to say again that he's going to take over the lightweight division. Quite frankly, I was as entertained by his ring walk than the performance. Like, he looked good, but when people was like, oh, this, then the third, I'm like, brother, we here for 10 rounds. Anybody that thought different, I didn't know what to tell him, but I knew we was there for 10 rounds. So El Meche, the Cuban artist he brought out, yo, I was bumping. I was enjoying myself. He's sitting next to me. It was cool. It just wasn't a performance that wowed me. Like, oh yeah, he the one. Nah.
nah, facts. And the last thing I'm gonna say is with Frank, I think everybody kind of like overreacting to the way he like performed. But I mean, we see it with like a lot of fighters. Like, we haven't seen it with like Shakur or Devin, I don't think. But like, we done seen fighters have bad nights, and I don't think he'll prepare the same as he would for the top guys. So I still got him in that number 5, 4 spot, whatever, up there. But that's my call, man.
Yeah, man, I ain't trying to knock on Andy or nothing like that. Bro, Andy, first of all, it was his professional debut. The guy's a, 2-time gold medalist. It was his pro debut. He debuted at 10 rounds, more than double of what the typical debut is. Debuted against a guy that we familiar with, a veteran in the sport. Again, it was not nothing for me to say he taking over. Do I think he compete with guys? Absolutely. Do I think he can beat some of the top 15 guys? Sure. Do I think he can compete with the top 3? Hell no.
I mean, maybe you need to put it in the same perspective that you did the last phrase where you were like, you could be great and not be considered the greatest, right? And I just say all that to say that no one else has done this. He's the first of his kind. Like, he debuted in a 10-round fight with a name, not what Loma did, not versus just nobody. That. Like, I think that not turning the punches over, any small criticism that we can have, I think it's just that, like, small and not really, it's meaningless because it's like walking into your SATs without ever going to school. You know what I'm saying? Like, my man is literally Suits from Netflix. Like, he's just walked in there to take a test without ever being in school, bro. Like, yeah, and some will argue, oh, amateur fights. Bro, amateur fights ain't got nothing to do with being a professional. That's exactly why Lomachenko the Great didn't succeed. I love what he did, the patience he showed, the maturity he showed, his ring generalship, his ability to remain calm, his ability to still be a star, too. He understood he was the A-side. The fact that he did whatever, if that was a Fortnite dance or just the loser's dance, because I felt like he put the L on his forehead and totally teased his opponent.
So can I ask
impressed.
You? Oh,
I'm done. I was impressed.
Yeah. So was it a performance for you to say he's taking over the lightweight division?
Yeah, but again, that's why I started with what you said. Being great doesn't mean you're the greatest. Him impressing me, him looking amazing, doesn't have anything to do with the top of the division. This man is 1-0. All I
No,
know
I'm just,
is that
bro.
he
But all I
showed.
was saying was the caller. The caller said, and that's what I disagreed with. You get what I'm saying? I disagree with that. His performance was one for me to say that he's taking over the division.
Yeah, I mean, again,
Bro,
Terraplanista is he's from Cuba, you know, and he moved here, and he's always been like this. He's always bigged up his Cuban fighters, you know, and
and for
and,
the
and that's how it is.
And for the people in the chat, I wasn't saying that Alicia punches harder than Andy Cruz. I said that in person, her shots were louder than Andy Cruz. You know, maybe Leonardo too has more density, so it allowed for louder sound. You know, I don't know. The gloves. All I'm saying is her punches were heard more in the arena with
To
people
you, to
cheering.
you,
Say it again.
to you, though.
Nah, I mean, I wasn't the only one that asked. Like, people, because see, the thing was during the Andy fight, I'm like, bro, we hear him more than we hear his shots. Then during the main event, I'm like, damn, like I hear more of a thump from her shots than I did from Andy's. Again, I'm not saying that she hit hard. I'm not saying none of that. I'm just saying what I heard. What I heard. What my ears allowed me to listen to. You know, but I'm used to listening to bombs, so maybe that's why I was able to hear. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm just saying what I heard. That's all.
I got CYP. What
Jermaine
up?
Franklin, if it make anybody feel better, Jermaine Franklin was louder than both of them, and I thought Andy and Alicia had a better shot of a knockout than Jermaine Franklin. And I even told Ness that. But you CYP counter.
What up?
Hear ye, hear ye. Danny, Daddy, Daddy, I love you. You my guy. You know the shit. But you know me. If y'all put me on hold for a long time, you know what I'm doing. I'm cooking. I'm cooking. So here's the meal. Here's the meal. Y'all know who Larry Bird is. Retired, 34. Y'all know Duncan, 33. He never averaged 20 or a double-double after age 33. Isaiah Thomas, done at 32. Scottie Pippen, my favorite player, 31, never made an All-Star game, and that's in 7 more seasons. 35, Kobe's first season-ending injury. Shaq, 34, never made an All-Star game. KG, 34, after made 1 All-Star game, but never another double-double. Kareem, after 33, never a double-double again. That's 8 seasons. Dirk, after 34, one time he averaged 20 points after age 34. Let's go to boxing. Roy's first majority decision was at age 34 versus Tarver. Not the move down Tarver, the before fight. Majority decision. And we know what happened after that. Trinidad retired at 35. Oscar retired at 35. Leonard retired at 33, then came back to 2 straight losses. Now, for everybody who wants to tell the expert who literally sits in the meetings with the companies and has to literally counsel athletes to let them know when it's time to hang it up because they just hanging on too much. They expect too much. I got to do this every goddamn year. But because it's a boxing show and I'm not the host, they could overtalk me, and they're right. You're in the right direction. I ain't going to bullshit you. I ain't going to try to use you. I'm going to tell you the truth, and I'm going to lead you where you got to go. That's me. That's how I be. See y'all at the appreciation night where you can finally meet. CYP.
Y'all see CYP paid for that, and now I wait till he's done talking. You get what I'm saying? Because he paid. You know, he don't try to ball on the budget. But CYP, bro, you talking about what people did on the field, on the court in their 30s. But yeah, if you recall your first call, you talked about Nike. So not the people that's paying you to play, the people that's paying you to rock they shit. So, you know, Andre Ward, he was in his 30s when he signed to Jordan, right? So you talking about performance, we talking about guys signing deals like Messi, whatever he doing the MLS, who give a fuck? I just know that he signed a multi-year deal with Apple TV, another multi-year deal with Adidas, another multi-year deal with the team itself. But you know what I'm saying? You was talking about getting signed to whatever you want to call them, sponsorship, brand deals, whatever. So that's what we got to talking. brand deals. You know, performance is one thing. We talking brand deals because that's what you said.
No, New Orleans. No, New Orleans. What up, though?
Whoa, 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 whoa! I got better reception.
Yeah.
All right, man. Look, man. As far as I don't know how much of the furry call you heard. I know my reception was bad and all that, so I'm gonna just take it right from the top, man.
Yeah, champ. I don't know.
I
Are you
I
driving
think
or is you wearing a Bluetooth?
Bluetooth is.
We can't hear you, champy. Something's
I'm in a bad
definitely
area, Ness.
wrong.
I'll just try next time. All right.
Damn. J Mac, are you straight? I mean, I'm lost here. I see you there. Was that another one? Like Khaled, the DJ?
Another one. Oh man, since I'm balling on a budget today, and I think about my third, I know John paid for one, and what have you. Uh, I just like to add context to why I say something about my first call. My first call, I asked Ness to extend my call and bill me. When I normally call in, Danny, I think you're new to the show. I like to get my stuff off and say what I say and move on. You claim it's a free call, so you're giving us the benefit of calling in to state our opinion or giving us the benefit of calling in to argue. I don't call in to interact with what y'all saying about my opinion every time. Y'all can say whatever y'all want to say. If it triggered me to respond, I normally counterpunch. But that's normally how it goes. I heard Ness tell you it's one mic. Every time somebody calls in, it's not a debate, it's not an argument. I just want to say what I want to say. I heard what you said. I heard what Ness said. I heard y'all argue about it. I heard y'all get loud. I heard Ness call your dumbass opinions, your argumentative ass Nancy tactics. And I heard Ness say all he said about you all day. I don't want you to take out your frustrations on me and take it out on my call. So when I call in, since I'm one monkey and I ain't trying to stop the show, I would just like to get my 2 cents off because y'all done already gave a lot of it. So normally how it works on here is y'all state y'all claim, y'all access the topic, and then we call in and state our opinion. If you're interrupting every caller, it's hard to have the caller to have their opinion. Some callers like to have conversations with y'all, some callers don't. I don't like to talk to y'all because y'all argue all the time. I don't want to be on here wasting my opinion off of what you want to argue and bring up. So like I say for the last time, you keep thinking that free call is for you. It ain't for you. It's always been for us because the boxing voice is called the voice of the people. So we got the right to call and be it a minute, 30 seconds, 3 minutes, and give our own uninterrupted call from your argumentative, don't know what you're talking about, argue like a female, like somebody's wife, like you scorned or something. Ass nigga, I ain't got time for that. So that's why I don't want you to interrupt me in my calls. That's my counterpoint.
All
Times
right.
evolve, times change. So maybe before me, and that's what's cool. You feel me? Giving y'all free calls uninterrupted, even though I hear him yell over y'all calls all the fucking time, right? So I could really give two fucks. You know, the first call is the free call. You know, the way a conversation work is two-way. You mad that I asked you if he try to pick up his mouthpiece? I genuinely ain't remember. Again, if you find that argumentative, then you know that's cool. Again, in the words of Future, one monkey don't stop the show. Whether you call, don't call, you get what I'm saying. You chose to pay the day, but you talking about free calls when
What happened to Danny? Donnie. Hello. All right. Well, I don't know. He's lost. Okay. Don't know what happened to Danny. Maybe he got a call that he had to take. Maybe it's that Devin Haney call who has given us a soft, yes, that he will come to the appreciation night. But as of right now, we have plenty of confirmed guests with still about 12 more invites to be confirmed. Right now, we have Adrian Clark, the boxing manager of Earl Spence Jr. Hasim Rahman Jr. is also coming. Ak and Barack both are coming from the DAZN Sweet Sciences. We got Keyshawn Davis, the silver medalist, also coming. Ken Porter, Sean Porter, Kevin Cunningham, heavyweight Brandon Moore, WBA interim 140-pound champ Kenny Sims, Marcus Taylor coming off the big win over Yoelvis Gomez. Oh, wow, I put Kenny Sims twice. Got to delete that. And then we got Rachel Donaire. We got Rachel Donaire also confirmed as of right now. Those are your names. And, yeah, you know, we happy. Everything's working out. What up, Danny? You back? You dropped off. What happened? Got a call?
Yeah, nah. I guess they just ain't want to hear what I had to say, champ. No, Skype just dropped off. Truthfully, though.
Oh, it's funny. I was still there. It just you had fell off. But yeah, man, we catch you on the next one, 7 p.m. Eastern. Peace.
And remember, the free call is a two-way call.
Peace.